Good evening. Welcome to the Overwatch 2 Stadium Asia Streamer Showdown. We're here to play some Stadium tonight. That's right. Stage 2 for OWCS for Korea is all done and dusted. Like Dano, we went through that. It was nice and fun. But now we're going to get to the real fun. Get to the Stadium stuff that we've been waiting to see.
Yeah, we're going to get into the real wacky stuff now, Avril. There have been more heroes, more maps added to Overwatch Stadium here in Season 17 for Overwatch. It's a great expansion of the game mode, not gonna lie. I really love it. A majority of my game time since it came out has been in Stadium when I'm playing Overwatch. It feels like a fun, fresh new way to play the game that has been really refreshing.
Yeah, we got 3 streamer teams on board today. A lot of former pros in there, a lot of familiar faces across China, Japan, and also Korea. Of course, they're playing live in the WG studio in Hongdae, so it's all on LAN. We got fresh custom games for Stadium brought to us in Season 17. You know, we've had I think we've had 2 events so far that we've had actual Stadium gameplay on. One of those, of course, was in DreamHack Dallas. We saw a little bit of streamer showdown there, and now we're going to have one in Asia as well. But with the Season 17 changes, with the sort of updates to Stadium, including the 3 new characters being brought in as well.
Yeah, new characters means new potential metas. I mean, we always see, like, the Juno missile bills and Ever torpedoes like that. That's kind of been reigning over a lot of the Stadium games that I've been playing in. Maybe I'm just bad. Maybe if I was a better hit scan, maybe Virginia wouldn't be so much of an issue. We are going to have no issues of skill today with our collections of streamers that are ready to go. And, well, there's going to be no question about what you can be rewarded with by watching this stream as well. There's going to be plenty of viewership incentives for all of you to make sure that you are tuned in and paying attention to our Stadium Creator Clash here, our Streamer Showdown. And, well, Avril, we're gonna do a little bit of a round robin. Let's have a quick look at those drops that I just brought up so that everyone's on the same page about what can be added to your inventory for your precious hours spent watching the Streamer Showdown. That's right. You are looking at a Stadium Showdown Selfie 2025 spray and Avril, the skin for the most skinned character in the game.
Would that be Mercy? No, wait, it's not. It's something else. Don't worry. 3 hours, you get your Kiriko skin. We weren't going to make sure that Kiriko was going to miss out here. So, of course, we got a skin on board. We got ourselves a spray as well. So, yeah, plenty to play for. Nice little couple of incentives to earn here as well. All players on land, 15 players, 3 countries, a lot of familiar names. And we got like we got like 5 matches to play as well. So, like 5 stadium games because we're going to be playing like a full round robin into a semifinal, into then the grand final as well. So 5 matches on board. Could be a pretty packed evening, I'm not going to lie to you, because some stadium games, it can obviously last for quite a while. Mercy rule is going to be in place. I hope we don't see it, because for Mercy rule to come through, I mean, you got to be stomping the other team pretty damn hard, and we don't want to see any of that. We're hoping that the team's going to be pretty closely adjusted here. I'm seeing a lot of even current high-level talent, former high-level talent across the team, so once we see the rosters, you'll sort of get a feeling for that. But as you can see here, 5 total games, group stage round robin, 3 in there, then a semi-final, then a final.
Yep, getting seeded into the grand final straight away if you come first in the round robin. Of course, the priority there will be overall stadium wins. I believe the tiebreaker is stadium map wins. So, maybe going the distance could be beneficial.
Is it map wins or differential? Yeah, it's
not,
I think
not map
it'll be
wins, map
differential.
differential. Don't spread misinformation. I just lie.
So depending on how many rounds you win, you want to be having the most amount of rounds won without losing ideally. But you can see on this graphic here, we have Sigma, Junkrat, and Zenyatta added in. So expanding the hero pool a little bit for every single role. Good to be able to change up the tank line a bit in particular, because it's very brawl focused. We already have the Ryan, the Orisa, and the Zari in there. Even the Queen can be kind of considered in that archetype. So just having a Sigma, having that sort of poke capability in there, and then on top of having Zenyatta and Junkrat, really I think the heroes that got chosen to be added into season 17 kind of show that they want to diversify the type of compositions that you can play, such that it's not just all like, yeah, we're just gonna play like Ryan and Lucio or Ryan and Juno and just like speed into the other team for brawling. Now you can at least like maybe play a little poke instead.
Yeah, a little bit more poke, and of course all of these heroes are able to diversify between their ability and their weapon power as well. Of course, we've got new maps coming through in our map pool as well. Samoa, its control point, I believe Volcano has been added to the pool of control points available, as well as Esperanza in a condensed format for push.
Edward Ram, of course, being a specific map only for Stadium. Actually, I think Arena Victoria would be in there as well, but it's kind of like attached to Colosseo. I think Redwood Dam is even in a location that is not attached to anything else in the Overwatch map pool, as far as I remember. Actually, funnily enough, given that there's Colosseo and Arena Victoria, they're like both the same map, really, if you think about it. They like both take place in the same place. Colosseo's outside of the arena, then the Arena Victoria is inside the Colosseum itself.
True. They're directly next door to each other. Here's a good look at our roster coming through for Team Japan. Finn is going to be a very familiar name for viewers over on OWE Sports as one of the current members of Zeta Division.
I'll see what Finn ends up playing today. He's listed as support, so that'll be kind of like unfair to some of the other teams. If he actually ends up playing support,
well, to be fair, we also have 3 DPS listed.
Somebody's going to have to be on tank. YamatoN probably, I don't know. We'll see if he ends up rolling tank for the team. Somebody's going to end up doing it. You get to be pretty strong anyway. But Finn, if he gets to play on like a Kiriko, can you imagine Finn on Stadium Kiriko just absolutely dominating? Make sure this guy only plays like Lucio or something, or maybe a Juno, so like his carry potential is limited slightly. He is like the only, if I consider the rosters, I'm pretty sure outside of Nico, okay, no, I lied. There's one other current pro. There is also Nico. Also, I guess ryujehong because he just played in OWCS. So, given that to be the case, Japan kind of have 2 active pros. Korea will have 1. China have none, but that's okay because they have a lot of ex-pros and a coach in there as well, and Creed, a couple of broadcast members, and Muzi and 9duo. 9duo used to be a pro as well. Jamlee and MADA have had a...
man.
Say again?
9duo Riz, that's Smolder. That's a wonderful picture. Can I get one of those?
A wonderful picture?
Yeah, can I get a picture of that level of Riz?
You got a couple of good pictures out there. Don't worry about it. See you at the next event. Yeah, China's got a lot of the old guard kind of, like I said, some broadcast talent in there, some really long time ago kind of former ex-pros, and Creed is still coaching these days, I'm pretty sure.
Is that runner listed as tank? Hold up. That could be Cinema, ryujehong and Tobi, the old duo from Lunatic High. Then Seoul Dynasty as well, coming through, potentially both playing support. And then, of course, we've got Medal of Honor and Wolf, 2 popular streamers from around Korea. I don't know as much about their lore, to be honest. I've heard of Medal of Honor.
Medal of Honor was actually one of the super OG Lunatic High members that I guess people didn't really get to see back in the day. Also on Combox for a while as well. Wolf is a very famous ex-world champion in League of Legends. So there we go. SKT actually won more than one championship with Faker. So there's the Faker connection right there.
I saw him sitting in the Faker chair.
Really fun to see Wolf come over to play some Stadium. But of course, Runner on tank is going to be really interesting because he, back in the day, back when he was actively playing, was also main support on the rival team to Lunatic High on Runaway when he was main support as well. So, but a lot of support players on this team, but notably you got ryujehong and tobi ryujehong, who is still actively a pro, and importantly, a pretty high rank one at that. Let's take a look though. Team Japan first as they walk on through for the audience. Looking locked and loaded.
Are there some custom streamer Showdown jerseys as well? We're gonna get the swag drops on this, man. Team Japan, very exciting to see them. I believe there's gonna probably be an interview to try and get Team Japan's thoughts on Stadium, the world of Overwatch, and how they're feeling about today.
Nico leading the way there, followed by Pio. Nico with a little selfie cam as well. Pio, formerly of the San Francisco Shock. We'll get some words from the team.
There's going to be multiple layers of translation here, gamers, so do be patient. We're doing Korean to Japanese, then Japanese back to Korean, and then hopefully Korean to English.
오버워치 2 스타디움 동아시아 스트리머 대전 먼저 인터뷰 진행해 보도록 하겠습니다. 일본 팀 만나볼게요. 안녕하세요. 네, 반갑습니다. 이야, 제가 일본 팀 선수들을 이렇게 인터뷰하다니 정말 감회가 새로운데요. 먼저 대회에 참가한 소감부터 들어볼게요.
はじめに今日の試合に参加いただいた感想をお願いいたします。
안녕하세요.
Now the question is, please tell us how you feel about participating in the competition.
普段やらない人たち、やらないモードでこの大会に参加できてめっちゃ嬉しいです。
오늘은 평소 않았던 경기로 이제 여러분들께 찾아뵐 수 있게 되어서 너무 영광이라고 하십니다.
그렇군요. 자, 그렇다면 일본 팀에 대해서 이런 이야기가 있었습니다. 핀과 니코 선수 너무 불합리한 팀원들 아니냐. 한국, 중국 팀들의 이야기가 있었는데요. 이 부분에 대해서는 어떻게 생각하는지 궁금한데요.
The answer is hello. That was said in Korean, and then it's an honor to meet you today for a game we don't usually do. Excited for the new game mode.
まあそうですね。もう実際ちょっとチーム的にはめっち
There's
ゃ
an
強い
opinion
と
from
思
a
ってる
Korean
んで
player that it's unreasonable for
負けないように
Finn
頑張
and
りたい
Nico
と
to
思います。
participate.
네, 역시 팀으로도
Nico's like, I see.
역시 강하다고
I think there's a little more there though, but
하지 않도록 열심히 하도록 하겠습니다.
Drops of it, lol.
네, 그렇다면 스타디움 모드 얼마나
See,
열심히
I think you're strong, but I'll do my best.
연습했는지
じゃあそのスタジアムモードどれぐらい頑張って練習してきたかちょっとお聞きしたいんですか。
How hard did you practice
ちょっ
stadium
と
mode?
昨日初めてスタジアムプレイしたんで、まあでもそれを覆す自信はめっちゃあります。
아 스타디움 모드 사실 어제 처음 연습을 시작했는데 그거를 극복할 만큼 자신은
I tried it for the
있습니다.
first time yesterday is the
그걸
response.
극복할 만큼 그만큼의
Bro's
자신이
gonna be
있다라고
very
말씀드렸습니다.
quick when it comes to getting those builds down.
가장
Maybe doing some example builds, you know?
경제되는 있을지도 궁금한데요.
Me when I lie, I don't know if that's going to be true. It might be. It might be, but this will definitely be the person spending all 60 seconds in the buying rounds to figure out what each thing does. If that's
He's
the case.
window shopping, you know, he's browsing.
So who's the most threatening opposing player? He says ryujehong of the Korean team is the most threatening.
Mm,
네, 그렇다고
I'd be worried
합니다.
about the
자,
Anish
그리고
headshot
마지막
perk on
오늘
guard.
경기에 대한 각오 한마디씩 들어보도록 하겠습니다.
最後に覚悟の一言お願いいたします。
絶対勝ちます。
절대로 이기겠습니다.
Next question is, please tell us about your thoughts on today's game. And the answer comes through quickly. I will definitely win.
무대 아래로 잠시 내려가 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 감사합니다. 네, 자 이렇게 일본 팀까지 만나봤는데요. 과연 다음 팀 어떤 팀이 기다리고
Do you know if the
있을까요?
players are allowed to,
다음
like,
팀 만나보시죠.
Open up a browser tab on their PCs with the stadium builds. Okay, next team coming through. This is going to be Team China walking down.
It's a really fun custom jersey for themselves as well. Some oldest brothers in there. To be fair, again, this is the old man squad. A lot of super old former pros. No current pros in the team. At least one current coach though.
The miraculous youngster heads. They're thriving, seeing Creed. My Creed.
Yeah, they know.
If you ever watch the miraculous youngster game live, congratulations. Come and claim your pension with Avril and I.
Jamlee up in front. Standing next to Nine Door asking the questions here. Or answering the questions rather.
Reverse interview in a reverse card.
멋지게 유니폼을 입고 돌아왔습니다. 중국팀 만나볼게요. 안녕하세요. 네, 반갑습니다. 자, 먼저 대회에 참가한 소감부터 들어볼게요.
First question is, please tell us your thoughts of participating. And opened up by saying that Team China had such handsome uniforms.
感觉非常的奇妙，希望这一次可以发挥的比较好。
네, 저는 한국에는 처음으로 와보는데 이번 대회에 참여할 수 있어서 매우 기쁘고 또 재밌는 것 같아요.
그렇군요. 그리고 중국 팀의 경우에는 정말 연습도 철저하게 해왔다라고 제가 들었습니다. 어제 스크림도 열심히 하고 경기장 문 닫기 전까지도 계속 게임 돌렸다고 하는데요. 얼마나 연습을 많이 하신 건가요?
Jamlee says, this is my first time in Korea. I'm very happy to participate in such a unique competition.
Certainly is pretty unique.
因为
Next question is, I heard you practiced very hard. I heard you practiced until late yesterday too. We saw at the beginning that everyone had their PCs set up at the front in their little team areas. So maybe deep into the night here at WDG Hongdae.
정말 긴 시간을 걸려서 연습을 했고요. 그리고 저는 저의 팀원들과 함께 이번 경기에서도 잘할 수 있을 것 같다고 생각합니다.
그렇군요.
And I do say we had a lot of time, so we used it all for practice, so I'm confident we'll win.
과연 어떤 것일지 들어보고 싶은데요.
Now asking, what's the fun part about stadium mode?
캐릭터의 스킬을 제 마음대로 할 수 있어서 그 부분이 조금 색다른 것 같습니다.
스킬을 좀 마음대로 자유자재로 쓸 수 있는 부분이 좋은 것 같다라고 말씀 들어봤습니다. 그렇다면 중국 팀이 생각하는 가장
It says you can
경제되는
freely
구간은
modify the skills to your heroes.
Whoa, bro's reading the marketing copy.
의지가
I like doing a Biddly Power Ryan.
最有危机感的应该是韩国队吧？因为
Okay, next question is, who is the most threatening player?
네, 저는 저번에 토비님하고 재용님이랑 경기했을 때 진 기억이 있어서 아무래도 한국팀이 가장 견제되는 것 같습니다.
오, 오늘 한국팀 견제되는 국가로 많이 꼽아주고 계신데요. 자, 그렇다면 마지막으로 오늘 경기에 대한 각오 들어보겠습니다.
Chris says Korea's Tobi and ryujehong are the most threatening.
中国队加油！我作为一名解说过来，
I mean, both Anna and Lucio are in the roster.
风采就可以。
네,
Could see an old classic. Could see with classic Tobi Mercy. Wouldn't that be a throwback?
And finally, some comments from Muzi for today's game, and he says, "Oh, China." I think a couple extra words in there as well.
좋은 경기를 보여드리겠습니다.
네, 이렇게 파이팅 넘치는 중국팀 인터뷰는 여기서 마무리해보도록
I've been commentating for a long time, but today I'll show you a good performance as a player.
잠시 무대 아래로 내려가 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
Next stream is Showdown, Avril. You and I dominate.
팀을 만나볼 차례죠.
Closing words, this was an interview with a Chinese team fighting. And here we are for our last team coming out is, of course, going to be Team Korea in their hometown. And there are so many names we know on this roster, Avril.
Almost lunatic high looking jerseys too, if I'm honest, especially from the back.
True. Oh, that's a big throwback. Good eye.
Can't believe Runner would betray everyone like this, but that's fine.
Wolf didn't bother,
I'll
unfortunately.
imagine his one is pink. I'll just pretend his one's pink. Wolf didn't get the moment, but that's fine.
It's okay.
Oh,
Runner will stoke our nostalgia by finding a ceiling panel to absolutely quick melee.
They raised the ceiling just for him too.
네,
Look
자
at that.
마지막으로
So that's exactly what happened. Give me the building of a taller ceiling, Runner might come in here.
알겠습니다. 자, 먼저 명훈님부터 여쭤볼게요. 대회에 참가한 소감부터 들어볼까요?
아 정말 오랜만에 뭔가 대회장에 오는 것 같은데 옛날에 좀 감각을 되살려서 오늘 열심히 한번 해보도록 하겠습니다. 파이팅!
파이팅!
Okay, first question is, first, please tell us about the experience participating in the Medal of Honor.
He is Medal of Honor. That would be his name.
Yeah.
So I guess participating in this match today, the streamer Showdown for Stadium. He says, "It's been a while since I've been active as a player. I'll work hard."
조금 높다. 아주 조금 높다. 있어요.
The hard work starts now.
그만큼 경험이나 이제 연륜이 많이 좀 찼다 그렇게 볼 수.
Okay, talking to Wolf now.
자, 이제
All of the other teams evaluated Korea as strong, but what do you think about the older players? What do you think about the boomers, Wolf? Thoughts?
수 없을 정도로 차고 넘쳐 흐르고 있다라고 말씀을 들어봤습니다. 자, 그리고 다음 분께 여쭤볼게요. 일본 팀 로스터가 공개됐을 때
He says, "I have that much experience. I will play the game with confidence."
니코 선수의 합류에 대해서 굉장히 어렵게 생각하시고 있을 것
Rolling in
같은데
with the confidence that only a homeowner could have.
어떻게 생각하실까요, 러너님?
일본 로스터 봤을 때
Next question is, what do you think about Finn and Nico from a Japanese team? Maybe Runner was the one who complained that they are too strong.
긴 했는데 그만큼 우리나라를 좀 견제하는구나 이 생각이 좀 들긴 했어요.
이 정도 로스터를
When I looked at the Japanese roster, I was surprised to see that they were current players.
들어봤는데요. 자, 그리고 토비님 뿐만 아니라 중국 팀 역시 굉장히 체계적이고 열심히 연습을 한 걸로 알고 있어요. 스트리머 쇼매치에서 반드시 승리하겠다는 각오가 돋보이고 있는데.
But I thought they were that afraid of the Korean team.
I would be. All right, question now for Toby. What do you think about the Chinese team, Toby?
팀합은 저희가 더 좋은 것 같습니다.
팀합적인 부분은 한국 팀이 위다라고 말씀드려봤어요.
I saw them practicing yesterday, and he said you seemed very good.
오늘 경기에 대한
Tearing up the stadium ladder in Korea.
궁금한데요.
He says we have better teamwork.
저희가 한국의 위상을 올려보도록 하겠습니다.
All right, finally for ryujehong. What is your determination for today's competition?
한국팀 화이팅 넘치는 인터뷰까지 마무리해보도록 하겠습니다. 이렇게 세 팀 모두 인터뷰를 진행해봤는데요. 각 팀들 모두 쟁쟁한 만큼 오늘 과연 어떤 팀이 트로피를 가져갈지 기대해보셔도 될 것 같습니다. 그렇다면 이어서 오늘의 대진표
He
만나보시죠.
says, "I'll tell you the status of the Korean team fighting." The first match is going to be Japan versus China. Korea, Japan following, then Korea, China to end things up with. And then, of course, after that, we'll have the second place team against the third place team. And the winner of that will go up against the first place team. Of course, the placements will be done based off who actually wins these matches. It's a round robin between the three teams. And if there are tiebreakers, as mentioned earlier, we'll be looking at map differential or round differential, I should probably say, between how the games pan out. So obviously you want to have the highest amount of rounds won in your particular stadium matches with the least amount of rounds lost. I wonder how Mercy Rule ends up affecting that, because you'll only have one. I guess if you win 3-0, that's probably better than a 4-0, but at the same time, if you win a 4-0, that's like one extra round win that you actually get. So maybe you don't want to win too hard.
Where you throw away some cash so that you can get a 4-0. But yes, as ryujehong said, the status of the Korean team fighting, current status of Korean team waiting. We're going to see them play twice in a row after this. Japan vs. Korea is going to be an interesting matchup in terms of our power levels to begin with, given that, as was pointed out, Japan do have current pros on their roster. And if Finn's playing support today, that could be a real ace in the hole.
They really should have made him play tank. They should have forced Finn to be on tank. just to you know, balance things out a little bit. Although we'll see, China practice super hard. Maybe they practice the most. That'll be the difference maker at the end of the day. This is really interesting. Like I said, this is our, I believe, the third official time that we've had Stadium on a broadcast in a custom game. Previously, when those were custom games, those were like really custom games, because you couldn't actually make a private lobby yet. Now, season 17, you can actually make a private game in Stadium. You can even change up the settings and whatnot. And
gather your friends, I guess, have a pug.
We'll figure out in future as the Stadium moves along and we get more potential custom Stadium going, see what works the best in terms of rule set. I do think, though, I'll say this much right now, probably for custom Stadium games, no Mercy Rule probably to me sounds the best. I want to see all four, even if it's a 4-0, I want to see all four of them play out.
I agree. I think all 4 rounds would definitely give us the most insight. Of course, in Stadium, it can be a little bit harder for teams to try and turn things around when the economic deficit gets a little bit much, but I've seen it happen. It's happened to me many a time in Stadium, but I am a professional bag dropper.
I do like to give those bounties away, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Losing team also gets, they also get like a credit bonus. If you're losing, you'll notice that like you'll get like certain percentage extra credits for all the things that give you credits if you are losing. So there is that. I haven't tested out the custom mode yet in Stadium, so I haven't seen all the options, but I'd imagine if it were possible to even choose the order of the maps that show up in the possible 7 maps, that would be pretty cool. You could have a situation where you could quote-unquote draft the maps too, instead of it letting it be full RNG. I do believe, though, today, I'm pretty sure we are just playing like the most default of the Stadium possible, which means Mercy Rules on. Pretty sure all the maps are going to be random as well, so just have to kind of adapt as you move along. I don't think there's any huge amount of differences as far as the maps come on that will like impact things. They all seem pretty standard in terms of the strengths of how they'll play out, you know?
Yeah. At the end of the day, Overwatch is Overwatch, right? Although, admittedly, it's worth noting that Finn, as an alumni of San Francisco Shock, they used to be Control merchants. And I think technically Control is the most populous map mode in Stadium. So there's a world where that could definitely come into play.
Yeah, 5 of them,
I could see a world where being real good at Control by having a very fraggy support like Finn could be a big advantage.
They also do go by pretty quick as far as the percentage points goes, so you'll notice that. I'm sure everyone's played Stadium by now, but for those that might not have, for some reason that may not have, you'll notice that the maps go by pretty damn quick individually per round. Of course, there's Clash in there as well, which doesn't exist in the regular competitive ranked rotation anymore. But a very condensed version of Clash, which I think actually makes it a pretty good time. Most of the Clash issues to me were on the outside 2 points, so when we condense it to the middle 3, it actually feels pretty good.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think that it's a superior format of Clash. I don't know what it says that I'm like, okay, the shorter version of Clash, much better. But I'd agree that like the outside points were they could be problematic areas. The middle and insides tend to be pretty good for these battles, and I think they have a very fair chance of both being converted upon by a pushing team and being turned around by a defensive one.
I'd like to really see how players progress in terms of snowballing. So for example, who really gets the MVP every single round? You get like 1,000 stadium cash if you get the MVP, which on top of then leading the amount of cash that you have can really snowball you pretty hard. So you can get like, 14,000 plus. I think I may have even seen like a 15,000 before if you're really pounding in that first round, which can snowball you heavily. It allows you to potentially buy up a strong purple item straight away in that second round. I think it's probably more cash efficient to just spread your money around a little bit more though, by several blues, maybe round it out with a green rather than just in a straight purple. But there are some extremely impactful purples, particularly if they are the character hero specific purples that really change up your kit. So I'm very interested in seeing how teams go about that. But like let's do it. Our first stadium, the first stadium in Asia as well. Map number 1, match number 1. Let's kick it off. We're heading to Paris.
I was waiting to see if they were going to be cheers for this one. Okay, Zaya on both sides. Oh, we've got a Freya on the field here. Some very different DPS lines. Lucy on both sides as well. And then Moira versus Kiriko.
Oh, dear. I know what this is. Finn's gone Kiriko. I knew it. This guy, this professional... Yeah, okay, we did actually get a chance to do it. This professional Zeta Flake support player is actually... He better be on the Lucio. This Finn guy better be on the Lucio. He's trying so hard. He's like, we got knocked out OWCS. I'm going to win Stadium today.
I might not get to go to Riyadh, but
this
I will
trying
go to the
so
top
hard.
of this one.
All right, so fun thing about the Zarya builds that we're already seeing, one of the really key things that I see on Zarya right now, I don't know if this is like hardcore Zarya meta, but Volskaya Vortex, it's the right click that allows you that when you basically cast an ability, you drop that right click as like a mini grab. And well, mini not here. It's all about Japan, who's already fragging out. Look at that. We just got a full team. Like Ryan's the only one that went down.
Yeah, Nico already decimating. Have a look to see what power they got. They got the Seeker point. Oh.
Hyo's actually playing in third person. We'll see if this is... Are they actually playing in third person? Or perhaps the observing might be in third person. It's an interesting one. I would have assumed, especially on a cast, you would be the first person. Hyo's going to get run down here so easily. He's gone.
I just find the third person hit scan aim tends to be pretty good. Finn's going to do a little bit of guerrilla warfare. In the back, I think will survive. Seems like they can't be chased down for now. So very quick turnaround here from Team China. Great retake. And now they might be able to get the lead if they can hold the space well with Azaya. Oh, Finn's spawn camping, bro. What's all that about, bro? That's a little bit nasty. Has
really
the free TP as well. Doing their best Tracer cosplay as well. In the back, stealing away the bot. Like, you know what? I've got access to Tracer early with my free TP. I'm just going to take this. You guys don't mind, do you? There's the right click, I believe, onto Nico. Unless that was an actual Graviton surge or they'd lost control of the bot, which would be interesting.
Oh, and he disappears. Because, of course, if I'm not mistaken, I don't remember what he picked early. It might have been the perk that allows him just to TP anywhere he wants, which would make a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think it's for free aim, swift step. This does mean that Rion is trying to play with only a Lucio for healing, though. Very much a Finn's going to play for Finn kind of angle. And this seems to be working in the back. Has stolen the bot away once again.
Finn's already on a 750 bounty. He's the only player on Japan that has a large bounty. China otherwise has been kind of winning these team fights. But Finn personally has been doing Finn things. So there is that.
Oh, man.
All right. Let's see if China can just take control of the bot. And as they win the team fights, not allow Finn to just steal away. I will say Finn's kind of build here, the off-angle Kiriko that can teleport anywhere on the map in whatever direction, super annoying. They're going to get a nice grab here. 2 players down, which means they should be threatening. They'll definitely get a cap on the actual ticket. Tayo's managed to trade 2 back though, which is pretty nasty.
Oh, wait, Tayo gets 3. Maybe even a 4th. No, oh, not quite. Jamlee went low enough that the ability power of... They didn't get... Did they get the lead? They just about got the lead. Okay, now Team Japan are in a bit of a race against time here. Do they know they're in the lead? Okay, just waiting for respawns to come through.
Yeah, doesn't want to push too far because then he would have to be too far away from his teammates. So wants to just stall the bot out to wait for the teammates, group as 5, and then get the flip. China has to touch right now. They literally have to touch right now.
Oh, okay. Overtime will continue going the other way. Not your average push map. Out comes the Coalescence, and of course overlaying those support ultimates. Yamato falls on down as well. And now it's down to Jamlee, flanked upon by Tayo. Great accuracy with the Peacemaker here. The Blizzard could be the death knell of all and sundry. It seems like Finn is somehow trying to get away with it here. Only the Freya remains in 2 versus 1. Up against the Mei. The wall is brought on up. Finn works our way with even more. Finn's already got like 13k, by the way, and he's going to get another 1k probably for an MVP bonus.
I have to imagine, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
MADA did a really good job of just taking YamatoN down in the tank setup there between the 2 Zaryas. We'll take a look at the overall cash between these players, but Finn's going to be tough to catch as well. The problem is he's MVP. He's got a 1500 bounty. Good luck collecting that bounty ever, because Kiriko, particularly with, I think it's a fleet foot power, the one that lets you TP any direction you want without targeting an ally. Super hard to catch. Like, I don't know how you're going to get this guy at all. But you have 15,000 on Nico, which is huge, and then 19,000 on Finn. So like I said, you can get like a ridiculous amount straight away. And bro's going to pick up what is that? Hard Light Accelerator for this purple, which is the 10% weapon power, 10% cooldown reduction, and then when you use an ability, you gain 5% weapon power for 3 seconds, stacking up to 3 times. Whereas on the other side, your richest member is gonna end up being MADA, who got MVP, but only at 14,000. So everyone on the side of China's had to be a little bit more frugal with what they can pick up. Just a bunch of blues. The fact that you start with 19,000 for Finn means you get an easy purple and then you get the round out blues. This guy might not die the entire series. It's going to be that hard to get the kill.
It's going to be real difficult. And with that 15% cooldown reduction as well, so much easier to get away. So much easier to get that Suzu back. Frey is also quietly scaling at the moment as well.
Okay.
Sometimes you get what you deserve, I'm not going to lie. 9-2 with an instant dink.
You like to see that. You like to see that if you're 9-0, punishing Finn, going for the full try-hard. And as a team, China, look, the practice is coming on through to get that first pick. Get the full cleanup as a team collected. I think there were only 2 bounties online, but the most important one being Finn. First cap going the way of China, and you only need 2 points here. You just got to get the first cap and the second cap, and then you're done. Or if you get the first cap, and then you lose the second one, you just defend mid. And that's like not a bad call as well.
Have to look into Muzi's build in our next break here to see if they're scaling towards weapon or ability power. I assume they're probably going down an orb build. That's a great isolation here onto the Zarya. Rion never saw it coming. The wall was brought up behind them, and now Taylor's really got to get some value on the off angle, going after these supports, taking them rather low. The cleanup, can it come through from the remainder of Team Japan? They've got to crunch on in. Muzi's the first to fall on down. Nico getting frisky around the edges, and it's going to be a full-on disengage here from Team China, but still Japan have to give up the space to start getting captured.
You see that like little right-click mini Zarya grab coming on through as well as part of MADA's build. MADA, who's taken down Ryan a number of times. So on a team level, China has just been ahead. Go for that second point now. No tank on the side of Japan. It's going to be 4v5. Let's see if they can get bailed out with any ultimates. Tayo, that's a nice trade.
Yeah, maybe a bit just being bailed out by raw aim. Still, MADA hunts them down. You've really got to worry about that Zarya when she starts to get through all of this danger. Out comes Finn with the Kitsune Rush. Additional survivability. Not a chance. MADA is carving through them right now. This is a crazy Zarya gap. I'm not going to lie to you. 17.5k, a 900 bounty. MADA's getting some real value out of that right click on the quick graviton after using a bubble as well. Sheesh.
I'll tell you what, there might be like 19,000 or more in terms of like personal net worth on Finn, as Nico and Muzi will actually clean up the MVPs this time around, not even MADA. But when you actually looked at the total team cash on the side of China, they were ahead by about 4k.
Damn.
So team-wise, they had more money spread out just by a reasonable amount, just, you know, a fair amount. And Japan, it was just like all on one player. So all the cash on a single player who's still on. He's still got 27,000, by the way. And now he's going to get the clone as well. So it's going to be a combination of Swift Step. You can be used in any direction you want with no target. And then you get to clone, you get to put out a clone at the same time as using Swift Step, so he's going to be super annoying, super hard to kill. Weapon damage as well coming on through, which will also increase his healing. I don't even know if he's spending that much time healing. I think if you're Finn, you're just trying to deal damage at this stage. And then for MADA, yeah, this is like a
Pre-workout.
mostly starting out with a right click for the Volskaya Vortex, and then he's got the pre-workout for the lifesteal.
Yeah.
So kind of not double downing on damage. I was thinking maybe he's looking for a bit of a right click build, because there is the particle accelerator, which is the gain 50% attack speed for the right click after using the ability. So there is that as well, but he's not going to fully lean into the right click just yet.
Yeah, on the other side, Muzi is going for more of an orb build. So the orb merchant is indeed going to be throwing out those circles of hither and thither. Let's have a quick
Really
look as we
nasty.
roll on.
Really nasty when you can get the slow and the heal reduction combined with that as well. So it just becomes an AoE slow and AoE heal reduction. And the fun thing about this Esperanza that they made it, because of where the spawn locations are, most teams will go and fight for this early mega in the middle and take the high ground straight away.
Yeah. Playing for that high ground can be everything. Wait, we've got a double flank coming through here from both the Freya and the Kiri. There's a lot of damage that can come from behind, but when it comes to fighting up close, China just have such a big death ball advantage. It's an aggressive TP, comes in with the clone, and able to connect for now. Indeed, the clone will be going down to 9 duo, who's absolutely nasty with these right clicks, by the way. Keeps hitting with things. That's what opened up the previous match.
Jamlee now taking down Ryan. Ryan, who's just had a real struggle bus over. He's about 5k behind MADA at this point. Does get taken down. The bounty cleaned up by Finn. That's just going to make Finn even more rich. We'll tire onto Jamlee as well. Korea's, or rather Japan's going to get their first fight win in a while, because they didn't really get anything done in front of Anubis.
With a begrudging sigh, Finn does begin healing. Keeps Tile alive for a second longer, allowing him to pick up 2 bandits of their own. The entire China bounty board has now been cleared, which is going to give a significant boost to the overall economy of Japan.
Well, they were 5k down, and now they're 3k hit, and they still have the 5% boost from being formally down. So I do wonder, I think that 5% boost does last the entire way through. So now they get to be ahead plus 5% boost, which is pretty nasty. Kitsune now early and 9 door down.
All right, trying to isolate that Xayah. One of the bubbles is burned. There's not much to be done there after the right click ends that unceremonious rain for now. And Vince is going to try and chase down this Lucio. You think you're fast? Guess what? I can just teleport wherever I want now.
I do wonder if you're Muzi, especially in that previous fight, maybe it's just better to like live and keep your bounty alive. You're a Moira anyway, very easy to disengage. You know you got to bounty yourself. Just kind of like leave. We're losing the fight. I'm just going to bounce to make sure I live. First cap's going to come through from Japan now. Bounty once again for our 2 support players, but most notably Finn, who's on 33k. He really wants revenge on 9 duo. He's getting it.
Gets dinked early. Finn will remember that. And 9 duo certainly being made to remember their sins. Still more progress being made here by the push bot as it approaches the end of Esperanza.
40 seconds to play through as well. And you're not going to get far enough in any of the pushes available based on distance or time that you can snowball heavily enough. You can always come back at any stage.
Hiding away for a moment. Jamlee in the sights. Can they overwhelm you? Bet that they can. MADA can't survive for long. Finn is just on a mad one right now. 35k?
Touch the spawn door challenge complete.
Get this man on Orisa right now.
And a grab and spawn.
It's brutal. Oh, here comes the Soldier Ultimate. Ah, there's no space to work with, though. Oh, what a grab. What a performance.
Yeah, this stage is going to get really disgusting for Finn. Of course, he gets the 1,000 as well. He's on 41 now. Jesus, this guy's he's gonna basically finish his entire build by the time we get to maybe round 5. I think even in the next round, he's about to finish his entire build. So take another gander at what he's about to have on. The only real difference here in terms of a good win is MADA has been significantly ahead of Ryan, not just like in terms of money, but individually as well. It's kind of taking them down plenty of times. That gap's even closed down to 3k now, and Finn is, of course, the giant difference maker. He's already got on, what is that, 3 purples now.
Yeah.
Picked up a booster jets for 20% attack speed.
POV, you managed to beat the Yashimoto clan, and you took their cash. On the other side,
Nebula
it's
Conduit as well.
Yeah, for Yamato, it's all ability power, just focusing in on that healing, while Finn is, of course, going to be flanking away. You've got to be able to try and keep that Xayah up.
There's a lot of Phantasmic Fluxes I see on board, which is the first item from MADA and Creed. That's that survival item that kind of just gives you a little bit of everything. Some weapon power, some ability power, some lifesteal, and everything else. And overheal on the lifesteal, so just a generally nice overall item. So
yeah,
this is now, like I said, shutting down Finn earlier on was going to be a challenge. 9 Duos managed to dink him down twice in a row. See if that ends up happening more, because it's going to be more difficult. Now that he has clones, it will be tougher. And as his HP increases, if he gets more cooldown reduction, he's got more TPs, it's just going to get rough, because they don't really have a lot of burst damage on China's side. They don't have, like, the Freya, they don't have the cast, just to, like, get a nice headshot. It's really going to come down to 9 Duos, mate.
Oh, what? No,
okay,
that was only the clone.
No, that's the clone. Never mind. That's a clone.
We've been pranked, and now Jamlee, nothing personnel, kid. You fell for my tricks. The Fox's cunning, overwhelming. MADA seems like they're surrounded on all sides. Once again, it's the Kiriko clone. Was the first to grab on through here. And there's Finn in the back. Brand new clone just dropped, by the way. Cooldown reduction is a little bit disgusting. Brand new clone, brand new me. And guess what? The clone can heal. I've got damage to do.
Look at his attack speed. It's just gross. He just picked up the purple attack speed. Now he's just flinging kunais down range. You can TP anywhere on the map. It's very easy to get baited by the clones as well, because here's the thing. If you play aggressive, the clones just look kind of real. And there's no reason not to kill the clones, so you always will. Meanwhile,
but you gotta worry about the real Finn. Yeah, Tayo softening up these targets, and then Finn's going to make an audacious play to try and finish them off. There goes MADA, 9 Duos down as well, and Muzi's not long for this world. That was disgusting.
Shame on this man. Put him on tank. Force Finn to play tank. This is so shameless. Get this man on Orisa right now. This man is so shameless. Force him to play Hog. I don't care. This guy rolls up into a streamer's tournament and plays the actual hero he would play on Zeta Division, his actual OWSS team.
Some people just want to try. Some people just want to watch the world burn. Some people want to watch the enemy team burn. 9 Duo. Not nice for now. Unfortunately, not immune to that. Finn grabs Jamlee on the off angle. And now we gotta try and keep Visaya alive. Just all in pocket onto Visaya. Here comes the Deadeye. Trying to run him down. The damage is too much. MADA stays alive for now, but Finn is still here. Oh my goodness, Vatera themselves. He's coming for you in the night.
This guy, look at him.
My therapist told me that the Finn Kiriko in Streamer Showdown was not real. My therapist lied.
I demand China is allowed to make an emergency substitution, and they can put Leave on their roster right now to play Genji. That's how we even up the odds. That's how we even up the odds. What is he on? 52? You can almost finish a build at 52, almost. I think over like 70 if you want to like really finish every single slot all in purples. But like beyond, once you hit the 50s and 60s, you're basically OP. You're basically so overpowered, it's done. Consider this. Japan's total net worth is 199. They're basically 200k. 1/4 of that is just Finn. 1/4 of the full team's net worth is on one player. Bro's now picked up Keen Kunai. Critical hits decrease active ability cooldowns by 15 to refund 3 ammo. And he do be hitting those. So basically that means he just gets more swift steps for free. Just in case you thought he wasn't hard enough to kill. And then Cyclist Gloves is one of the items as well. When you use an ability, gain 20% attack speed for 3 seconds. So really he's gone a lot of attack speed. The 20% attack speed you can see on the screen is just from one item, but then the Cyclist Gloves will add another 20% on once he uses Swift Step for a 40% attack speed bonus and 40% additional weapon damage as well. So, brothers, gonna be nigh impossible. You can even see, like, I saw the bubble item there for Ryan just to end. And I think the strategy at this point is literally bubble Finn, do not let him die, and watch him carry.
Yeah. Oh, the Keen Kunai as well to decrease those ability cooldowns every time you crit. Oh, nasty. I mean, like, as you said, like, 25% of the assets are owned by one person. Finn is currently in the late stage capitalism build.
The thing is you really want to see a major damage dealer come online for the side of China. So you typically want to see your soldier kind of lean into some heavy damage position, because he's only got the 20% extra damage right now. And he's got kind of like a mixed bag in terms of purple items, because we see some survival purples in there, including Phantasmic Flux. And at this point, it's like you need either the Spider or Closer or something, like some really heavy 14,000 type of purple weapon damage to catch up and deal some real damage to pressure out.
Guess who's on the flank? Well, two players are already down. No, that's Kiriko clan. I got baited again after all. Curses! I felt I've fallen for a classic blunder. And, well, Creed goes a little bit too far. Nico's going to punish that one. And here we go. Two Kirikos can actually take... The Kiriko clone gets two final blows, by the way. I don't know if Finn gets the credit for those. The Kiriko clone has actually done more than Finn in this.
He's gonna hit maximum bounty soon. And that bounty, I think, will never get claimed. Again, just based on how quick the cooldowns are going to be. You can play super, like, selfish Suzu. You don't even have to Suzu your team. Just Suzu yourself. TP away. You will actually never die. And that's before he picks up Tuzu, which I don't think he's going to get Tuzu at this point. I don't think he needs it.
The Kiriko clone. MVP down. MVP down. There's a chance now. MADA on the outside, just gunned down by Tayo. There's no other way to put it. Bro's got the fully loaded Peacekeeper and his whilst hitting shots. Quick assassination of their character over here. Creed down once again. It seems like breaking out of spawn is going to be a real issue for Team China.
I don't... Oh, they'll be up to touch. Ultimate's going to be important here. Finn, I believe, is in the back line right now using Kitsune Rush.
Yep. Extra attack speed. However, has to use for Suzu on themselves. Could be overwhelmed. The villain, the evil, could it be defeated? We've arrayed our greatest paladins to try and take down this demon, but they keep getting reinforcements in the form of additional Kirikos. And you better guess what? The rest of Team Japan are ready to squeeze in from the other side. Finn is slowly pathfinding an escape, leaving a trail of clones in their wake. And at this moment, I don't know if you can really spare the admin to try and get him out of the backline.
You can't. You'll spend forever chasing him, and it's very unlikely you'll actually get him down. Better to just go forward and try and get the 5v4 moving, but as you do that, Finn just takes down a player from your backline. Now the sound barrier comes on through, and China is all but routed here. Tayo with a couple of extra. Finn's hit, by the way, maximum bounty.
Oh, that's a nasty big bounty. I don't know if Team China are even going to be able to get back in time. Finn's going to be running interference, of course, trying to intercede on any of these forward momentums. Tayo on the same angle, around the outside, ready for a flashbang. Jamlee's running a gauntlet, baby! He's got his legs out. Finn, noted, going into this wall. Can we get Finn? Can we get Finn? Can the evil be slain? The answer is, of course, no. There's the backup coming through from Team Japan. And that is going to be a all-in victory. Put this man on a wrestle right now.
Force this man to play Lucio right now.
Get him all body.
Force him to 1v5 against AGG right now. Force him to
make him relive the third place
Force him to play against Falcons in the global LCQ right now by himself.
Yes, sir.
Mods, ban this man from picking Kiriko. Mods, enable hero bans of Stadium right now, but only for Finn.
I believe there was actually a tweet coming through from the developers that the Kiri clone nerf, it's coming. It's coming. The promises have been made. The player of the match is going to be Finn. Undeserved, honestly. Don't think he really performed that well. Only got, what, at the end, what, 60k? So, honestly, to step it up,
what did he get at the end? What was his final score? I actually didn't even see it at the end. We kind of just ended, and we were done. I'm going to check real quick, because I'm curious. I'm extremely curious what his final cash amount was. I'm pretty sure it was disgustingly high, whatever it was. I'll get back to you.
Generational wealth.
Like I said, he started the final round with 1/4 of his entire team's net worth, so...
Bro was cashing with San Francisco shock checks, you know.
He ended on 60.4, and his team ended on 222. So, I mean, like, that is like 27% of his team's net worth. Yes, I calculated that. Wanted to be sure.
Holy, my math wizard over here. I mean, I think it might just be a... Do the Kiriko clones scale to the original Kiriko's, like, base weapon damage increases? Do we know?
I haven't played enough Kiriko on Stadium personally to tell you. It's doing something. It's doing enough. Whatever the clone nerf is, it couldn't come sooner. Really, I don't think the clone should do anything except literally run forward and just die. The clone should... You can see the clones dealing damage, which is insane. The amount of clone kills you got was crazy.
I mean, with maximum respect to Team China, who came out and put up respectable...
Dylan Snyder, if you're listening, remove the capability for the clone to deal any damage or do anything else except run forward. Because this was just this is
Remove
wild.
all the brain cells.
Right.
Enable neurological degradation.
축하드립니다.
I gotta get the winner's interview now for Finn.
네, 오늘 승리 축하드립니다.
Ask him if he feels any shame.
승리를 가져갔어요. 오늘 승리 소감
The
들어볼게요.
perfect question.
まあ当たり前な競技なんでなんとも思いません。もう당연한 결과라서 아무 생각.
The first question is congratulations. How do you feel about your victory? Hopefully the answer is shameful.
라고 말씀해 주셨습니다. 오늘 정말 키리코 스타디움 키리코의 고점을 보여줬잖아요. 분신부터 시작해서 유사 트레이서 같은 모습까지 기본기가 탄탄한 키리코 역시나 빈 선수답습니다. 스타디움 꿀팁도 알려주세요.
Finn responded, it's an obvious result, so I don't think about it. We're just rolling it down on Kiriko, you know?
3ゲームぐらいしかやってないんで、であと準備と動画がちょっと教えたぐらいなので、まあ全然
Asking up now, I think I've seen the best of Stadium Kiriko. Please give me some tips for Stadium.
해봤는데 명훈이 형이랑 어제 PC방 갔거든요. 그래가지고
Finn might just say, be one of the best support players in the world, and then pick your best hero, and then pick clone.
그래서 이것저것 따가지고 그걸 보여줬는데
It
좋더라고요.
would,
그래서
it would certainly make sense.
없고 그냥 유튜브 빌드대로 하시면 될 것 같아요.
Finn responded, I played Stadium mode 3 times for the first time yesterday, and Donghak and Junbin made a build for me. I think the YouTube build is good. bro logged in, saw the car queue top build for Kiriko in Overwatch status. Yeah, that'll do, bro. I'll be fine.
びっくりしたのがYamatoNさんがもううまくてもう本当にびっくりしたんでリオンさんもよく耐えてくれてまあ本当みんなうまいと思います。
Next question is, what do you think about Nico and Tayo?
잘해가지고 뭐 별 생각 없고 생각보다 야마톤 상이 루시우를 진짜 잘하더라고요. 든든하게 그리고 리온 산도 잘 버텨준 덕분에 제가 돌아.
Nico and Tayo are doing well, so I don't really think about it. Finn only notices his teammates if they're feeding, you know? You're doing a good job. I will give you one high five and some earnest eye contact and say good job. Lucio was really good is the other comment here. Lots of appreciation for the solo healer for Team Japan. They're putting up some numbers there with the aura. And the next question or comment is the Korean fans also cheered for Japan. So a word to the fans.
마지막으로 다음 경기 이제 한국 팀과의 대결이 남아 있습니다. 경고의 한마디 날려볼까요?
Since I'm representing Japan this time, I will do my best to help Japan win. A word to the Korean fans. I ain't doing nothing for you today.
자, 이렇게 오늘 첫 번째 경기 승리팀 일본 팀의
I will do my best to help Japan win. And then a word to the Korean players. I am a representative of Japan, so be careful. Feel the
Japan
fear.
gets themselves off to a very clean start. Korea, a lot to think about here as they get into the next game, and we'll see how they do after this break. crushing defeat for Team China in our first match of the Overwatch 2 Stadium Asia streamer Showdown here in Japan. Looking mighty strong off the back of mostly Finn. If I'm honest, late day, that was pretty nasty for those that don't know yet. Yes, the Kiriko clone does deal damage, it does heal you, and it does scale off your own scaling.
And we found some disturbing things in the notes as well about that Kiriko clone also. That may require it to be giga nerfed into the guy. Fire the Hammer of Dawn, Avril.
Don't worry, I have personally DM'd Scott Custer Kennedy to say that please nerf Kiriko right now, specifically for Finn. So yeah, catch that update on Finn's computer in just about 5 minutes, I think. So yeah, we're gonna hit the big red button there.
Yeah, gonna come in between rounds of Stadium, actively start changing the file.
If you see a Blizzard staff member walk on stage specifically to Finn, you know what's about to happen. You know what's going on his computer. Team Korea on board. We'll see what they pull through. We had a double Zarya in our last matchup. So Zarya versus Zarya match. And I kind of liked generally where China was going in their direction with the team comp. Zarya and a Mei. They had Lucio and a Moira as well. So you could tell they were kind of mostly going for some sort of brawl composition. Jamlee Soldier was even looking towards like a sort of biotic field build that he was maybe only like halfway through the build, not even close to finishing it, because they lost 1-4. And my biggest concern was I think China just lacked a strong carry player or hero that was mostly doing the work, unless you're looking at MADA. But even MADA's Zari was kind of building sort of supporty, started moving into some, you know, we talked about the lifesteal perk there, but also there was a bubble perk in play as well. A lot of players were mostly building for survival. Jamlee Soldier had double survival epics as well, the double purples. Whereas it was a lot more clear on the Japan side. It's like, yes, okay, Finn's maybe our best player here as an active pro on a top 4, top 5 team in the entire world, on one of his best heroes, or one of his like actual heroes that he would play on Zeta for, you know, for an OWCS match. And he's just gonna completely wipe the floor with everyone. So hard pocket this guy and let him carry the game, and that's exactly what happened. So looking at Korea on stage now, they just saw the carnage that was that last game. I wonder what their takeaway is going to be, aside from the fact that Finn's a target. Get this man out. Target this man and get him out of the server.
Ban Kuroko? Question mark? Can we do that? Is that an option?
I know one option. Me personally, I play a lot of Ana in Stadium. I know people think Ana sucks in Stadium. My opinion, she's actually kind of good. But she's good in the sense that, like, to me, you build for pure weapon. I'm going to tell her on my Ana build right now.
Leaks.
Trademark Avril Ana build. Pure weapon damage, almost pure weapon damage, and you build for no scope, and you build for the big sleep dart. So it depends who you're up against, but if you're up against any sort of dive, Genji, it's great against. Lucio, amazing against. But Kiriko, if you want a guaranteed way to shut down a Kiriko on a big flank, you get that power. Let me find the one. It is... you'll have to forgive me for not knowing the exact name.
Is that increase the projectile width by 500%?
That's the one, yeah. It's actually, it's an item that you buy. It's called Tranquilizer. Sleep dart gains 500% collision side, 100% projectile speed, and 20% sleep duration. So you want to build weapon damage with a lot of no-scope in there. There's like a no-scope power that increases your attack speed. There's a headshot perk in there as well, which actually you can no-scope headshot, fun fact. And then with Tranquilizer item, you're basically guaranteed to hit every sleep dart. Every sleep dart you won't miss. You fire it in their general direction, it will hit. And it's fast enough that you can't react to it. So maybe you're a god like Finn and you can just Suzu in time, or you TP in time, but if ryujehong gets a Tranquilizer, and I would like to see him. This is ryujehong. He's the signature Ana. He's like the most legendary Ana of all time. Play Ana, pick Tranquilizer, see Finn on the flank, go for a sleep, boom. That's how you get him.
Tell you what, chat.
You get Finn's ass by just sleeping him down.
100% ironclad guarantee. If you run the Avril Ana build and you get a lead of 100 meters in Stadium on push, you will win that round. Every single time.
Problem is you can't get to 100 meters and push in Stadium.
Exactly, Avril. So if you get to about 100 meter, which isn't technically possible, basically guaranteed to win.
Yeah. I do like potent projectiles. Unscoped biotic rifle projectiles are 100% logic. It's just double sides, no scope projectiles, which is pretty crazy. Ooh. You don't miss those. Trust me. You fire those in someone's general direction.
I think Biotic Rock might actually have been the better way to put it. Just throwing pebbles out of the gun. I thought you got a Biotic Spud gun.
You know, this is how you. I've had a lot of fun shutting down Genjis playing Ana. I mean, some of them don't realize how Ana works. I have a couple times where I've like slept a blade, and they're like, "Nice sleep." I'm like, "If only you knew. If only you knew there was zero skill involved in what I just did." I just looked at you and pressed the button. I didn't do anything really.
Sometimes you just gotta cope your way through it. Like, yeah, it was a nice sleep. Cries a little bit. It's when I go up against the when I get taken out by the scaled Kiriko clone. Oh yeah, that was a good flank Kiriko. Very, very good. Very skilled. I was outplayed there for sure. For sure.
Yeah. I can't wait for Dylan and the team to nerf the Kiriko clone. I can't believe that thing deals damage and heals. Like, and is basically an aimbot as well, because the damage it deals is it auto aims at an enemy.
It auto aims.
Like, oh yeah, auto aims at enemies, so it's like a moving tall turret that deals your damage.
Oh, so, finally, a tall turret for the weebs.
You hate to see it when you have a 60k net worth Finn who is like globally one of the top Kirikos in the world. With a clone that is basically doing his damage and doesn't miss. You hate to see that if you're Team China. Really.
you hate to see that, I think, if you're anyone. Maybe if you're not really for Team Japan. I mean, for Team Japan, at the moment, like, Finn's on his faker arc. There's no other way to put it. Like, bro might just be the GOAT of Kiriko Stadium out of a sample size of one.
didn't even get a chance to see Nico shine on the front.
True.
Nico, who just recently won Odipsis Japan on Varel, the current pro, who's you know, has been performing quite well.
Also
That's gotta
playing
be-
their main.
I suppose he is. Yeah, again, Japan out here trying to win.
Japan
Although
came to
because
play,
he
bro.
didn't, because Nico just didn't go sick nasty, I'll give him a pass on that one.
True. I don't know if they had a chance to go sick nasty.
Let's see what Tobi does on Lucio. Surely a Tobi Lucio comes out.
I think the answer is Mercy to chase down those Kiriko flanks. Just because Finn, you know, maybe he'll get the heebie-jeebies face down with a Mercy Glock.
I will say,
too worried about losing to it.
most Mercy in the stadium is pretty average. But if you have one really crazy player in your team or the other team and they're just hard pocketed by Mercy the whole time, yeah, it's pretty nuts, as you would expect. So, but no, probably not going to see Mercy. Probably going to see something with carry potential that lets you really take him out of the game like Lucio.
I'm going to do a real cheeky thing on you here, Avril. I have a dream. I have a vision in my head of Medal of Honor previously playing Farah when they used to be on Lunatic High in Combox. Is that correct?
I actually couldn't tell you. It goes beyond my knowledge base. It's too long ago.
I've presented unfalsifiable evidence, therefore I am correct. Expert debater.
Of course. Well, I see
wow.
a Genji. I see
Simone
two
looks
Genjis. I
great.
see a Sigma as well. We're changing things up. I see a Kiriko on both teams, but at least both teams will have one. That does mean we're not going to get the classic ryujehong Ana though. Wolf is going to be DPS with an A, and Runner is going to be on the Sigma, and I like it. He's got the triple hyperspheres straight away. I personally think for a Sigma, right now the accretion build looks really nice. There's a particular power that lets you decrease accretion cooldown if you hit it direct on the hypersphere. If you have 3 hyperspheres, you can decrease it 3 times. Look out
Oh,
for that.
wow. That's good scaling right there. Synergy between those powers. Ryan's just going to be sticking to what they were playing previously. However, it seems like for now it's going to be more of a consolidated angle here from Team Japan. We don't have Finn going too buck wild yet, and then TP's into the hole. Just bouncing with your friends.
Thankfully, there is a little jump pad in there. I do like the Taio change it up though. See a little bit of Genji coming on through. Genji, to be honest with Zarya, is pretty nasty as a combo. Ryan stuck behind a wall. And then the whole runner goes, but he's okay.
Oh, here comes the old frost ball. Doesn't do too much in the way of displacement at the moment, given that everyone has disengaged away from the wall already. Taio on the El Clasico Genji. Oh, the Taio Genji, how I've missed it. Tobi feeling a little bit less fond of what they're seeing right now. The remainder of Team Korea should be cleaned up fairly easily. The Invincible Cryo Ball will be overwhelmed eventually. And there we go. It's going to be an opener for Team Japan.
I will say, if we can see some runner rocks, get a cheeky hit onto Finn, maybe 5 rounds down. As one way to shut him down. Also, by the way, there is that nice power that you can get where you fire the accretion through your own shield and it increases its projectile speed so fast.
Oh, the accelerator, yeah.
Undodgeable. I don't think you can actually dodge that, so that's a guaranteed accretion hit, so watch out for that later on too.
Just turn my shield into a hyper gate, a mass accelerator. Everyone loves one of those. Medal of Honor. Not going to go for their counterpart Genji for now. Instead, going after a soldier who actually purchased the extra armor survivability perk. For now, Taio already down, moving forward to the Kitsune Rush. That's a very early usage of the Graviton Surge. Accretion to try and shut down the follow-up here, and the Blizzard as well. Onto Ryan. It's all in here from Team Korea. Good isolation onto Finn. I will not let you bully my team. I will run you down in the streets.
Get ready for that May Ice Ball to get a lot stronger later on, a lot more annoying to deal with. Let's see, probably going to go for massive into the AP. You can go for a bit of a machine gun electric build on there, which is lots of fun, but it'll end up being some decent ability power. But Korea, not doing too badly here. 70% for Japan, obviously, but Korea is winning some team fights. Here comes Blade now.
Ooh, Bubble already used. Lots of dash in the back as well.
Not too sure who got
It's
flushed.
going to be... I think they went for... maybe trying to shut down Taio, Medal of Honor. Also, it looks like 2 blades with no kills. The convention security made sure to check those for any actual sharp edges. Everyone was feeling nice and soft. Ryan running down Runner at this moment. Plenty of energy to work with. Runner overwhelmed. That Genji's getting real low, but it seems like Tao's going to be able to get away into the loving arms of their healers for now. ryujehong and Tobi, the terrible twosome previously. Everyone's kind of now have to try and escape together. Throwing it Alcatraz, jailbreak, but guardsman Teo's having none of it.
Final fight territory now. Korea's pushed themselves up to a nice clean 76%. One fight away. Not too sure what the old economy looks like just yet. But in terms of who's doing a lot, we do have Nico on that soldier, 8.2. In terms of cash, in terms of net worth, it's going to be a bit of a cyber battle. Oh, it deflected. I think might have been a mini grab deflected.
That was a close,
the actual grab
unfortunately.
deflected. If it's the actual, I don't think it was the actual grab because I didn't hear the voice line, but it was a nice deflect with the right click anyway.
Yeah, once again, I've been baited in by the Kiriko clone. Hello. Still some guerrilla warfare going on at the back here from Team Japan. Kiriko, the clone falls down. They got Finn!
MOH!
Now they are hunting actively. 98%. Gonna move forward to 99.
Oh,
no one can touch. What a great wall and boot. Good combos from Team Korea.
Yeah, I love to see that from Tobi. Well done. That's first round gone. ryujehong picking up the MVP. Nico on the opposite side. I think ryujehong might just go for... We'll see. I think there's no reason not to just go for the same build that Finn had last time, but 15k early will allow you to do quite a decent amount. So eyes on where ryujehong takes his build. As he'll be able to very much afford a purple super fast.
A little change in Finn's build here from round one. Has gone for the clone early. Both Kirikos have gone for the early clone rather than the fleet foot omnidirectional swift step, which was previously a big flanking tool. So it's going to be round 3 where we really see the Finn power spike and being able to do that roguish marauding in the back.
It's interesting. So MADA go for Gloom Gauntlet for his first epic. 50 armor, 15 melee damage. Melee damage grants 10% move speed and restores 5% max health. So he's gone kind of for more defensive, which is quite interesting to see. He went for the Hidden Blade power as well, which is 60% melee life steal, increases quick melee by 15. So he's gone for like a real melee damage build for Genji so far.
Has he got the backstab perk yet? That thing can do some real damage when the backstab starts to move through. You do need a little bit of movement speed though, given you're up against the Lucio. I don't know if your Lucio is going to be as keen to get stuck in. All right, here we go again. Finn on the back line. There goes the Kiriko clone. And now Tobi next up on the docket, going in for the fight. Manages to swift step out as the rest of the team are rather close. Taya coming in for some right clicks for now. It's very scary going up against that signal with that triple hypersphere. He does throw out a lot of damage. But for now, everyone just surviving. Once more, it's going to be the Kiriko clones falling first. Their self-preservation can be a touch lacking, but great positioning gained here off the back of the main wall.
Yeah, Runner's also got anti-matter, which is the purple, allows him to have large explosion radius for hypersphere. So now left click damage going to be pretty decent here. First sound barrier coming through for Korea. Want to get deep onto the back line, and Finn's just dropped down the Katsuna rush, and he's surviving. He's dealing damage. He's doing well.
That fire rate is absolutely biblical. Diabolical even. ryujehong chased down by Tayo, putting those right clicks to good use. Chases down their counterpart. There can only be one Oni here, and I am the demon of the Temple of Anubis.
And he's got that 750 so far on to the bounty. So is Nico. EPSs of Japan. Really cleaning up. It's an even game in terms of 76.9 total team net worth versus 75.2. Here comes first Flux. Last time we didn't really get to see what the Flux did. This time it will get a singular catch. It's on Ryan. Should be able to bubble himself.
Oh, that's a true grab there from Ryan. Able to take out the remainder of the team. Medal of Honor is going to fall by themselves. They're going to have potentially a pretty late spawn here. No, group respawn for Korea to try and match Japan on second.
Opportunity for Japan to clean up a 1-1. Even up the series in terms of the round count. Should up the match, I should say. First Blade.
Aggressive here. Tayo's already got one. Runners down. ryujehong can't make it to the door. Oh, the disengagement wasn't strong enough. And that's going to be a Suzu even further to make sure that Tayo stays alive in the midst of all of this melee. For Team Korea, I don't know if they've got the time to come on back. All 5 have respawned now.
Should be one retake to play on through. The cap doesn't come through that quickly. Nico onto the high ground. Bit of honor this time assistant to Blade. It's got a lot to play through. Sound barrier to keep him up.
Lost the target on the Lucio. Got hoodwinked. However, ryujehong has managed to find the opposing Kiriko clone. Once again, I have been baited. The right-click grab, not quite good enough. I'm getting up close and personal. Medal of Honor ready to melee. The knife bill starting to come on through. Finds the cracks in the armor and sinks in the blade.
Moe's got the double bounty as well. He picked up both YamatoN and Finn's bounties there. So I'll push him up a decent amount. I'll push him ahead of Tyro, at least for net worth at the moment. We'll be able to recap this with the team. Tie things up for this throw maneuvers. Ball to block things out. And ryujehong just to clean up one of the clones as we set up for mid.
You should make that thing smaller in the kill feed, like the turrets. You know? I was thinking, wow, Finn down, or wow, ryujehong down. Oh my goodness, Finn takes a little bit of early pressure there from the hyperspheres. Down goes the clone, and now sitting down within the grav. Runner able to use their big kinetic grasp to eat a lot of that damage. However, I think there's so much of the damage that's already been done, and Japan are getting cap progress.
They are actually not standing on the cap at the moment. They're kind of hunting for kills. They will be able to get the final one to Medal of Honor. They'll finally resume the cap a little bit later on. 2-0 rush ready for ryujehong, as you can see. As we get past the clone, you do have to deal with that because the clone is dealing damage.
So much damage, man. Oh my goodness. Oh, they can't touch a point either. Dude, sending the clone forward, it almost killed ryujehong. All right, bringing Custer from backstage. We need to disable this perk right now.
Oh, let's see if well, I think both of our Kiriko should have that. It's going to be double up the amount of clones on field. Tobi picking up MVP for the team this time around. Don't know how useful it is really on the Lucio, if I'm honest, but I'll see if Tobi can get some real work done there. That'd be pretty nasty. He is currently the highest net worth member on his team, which is pretty wild. You can build towards more damage, although I don't think that's where he is currently. I'll just do a quick glance at a couple of things here. Yeah, he does have the second right click reverb power. And crowd pleaser for Soundwave, heal all allies affected by crossfade for 20 extra healing. I actually do think I believe it is a power, yes, radio edit. When you use your amp up, you get a mini sound barrier. It's quite strong, just to give your team like insane green health. And despite it being 85% reduced, it still scales with ability power, which increases your sound barrier. So the mini sound barriers are pretty nasty.
Yeah. So since you're building ability power anyway here, why not?
All right. Finn, no surprises, is going to be highest net worth in the team.
Just Finn doing what Finn does. I believe just have 3 TPs now as well, after getting that second power. We've gone back to Samoa, by the way. Second time in 3 rounds. They do love this new map.
I actually didn't know we could do the same map again.
I didn't either.
I thought you could only get one map in terms of the uniqueness of the maps per match, but here we go. A second Samoa.
Okay, 2 Kiriko clones traded out for each side. Now we're talking. Rerun and ryujehong go down, traded for another Kiriko clone. Oh boy, Tayo trying to chase down Medal of Honor here. Giving over the shield from Messiah, additional staying power. The May's not going to be long for this world. Wolf has been fed to the pack. And that's going to be Japan popping off already.
A little bit of spawn kills. YamatoN and ryujehong. That'll slow things down a little bit.
The Kiriko on Kiriko violence for clone battle. Attack
That's
of
the
clones.
thing. We literally just had a clone kill a clone as well, which is, get ready for that to happen a little bit more often. Tobi as the highest net worth member of the team. Okay. A little late to save his teammate there. Tayo gets an extra deflect kill to ryujehong. Unfortunately, the sound barrier from Tobi won't be able to save the day. Still waiting for members. Blade to come through.
Oh, Tayo with double on the blade. That's kind of nasty. Tobi failing to save ryujehong. But if you close your eyes, it feels like everything's changed.
Yep.
My lunatic high.
Talked about the extra damage from behind the backstab item before Genji. Well, Tayo has it. Just as a little bit of an update on that.
TP's to enemy spawn door. Uses Kitsune Rush. Yep, that's Finn, all right. Wolf just got the Ice Block Blizzard. A quick kill onto Nico coming through. Now Finn going to try and chase down ryujehong. Not TPing far. However, the clone is going to make this one complicated. A 2 versus 1. Who needs fair fights when you can simply have some foxes cunning? Tayo gets a quick Dragon Blade slash, I believe, off the end of a deflect event. Finishes it off with a little Tonfa. Nice.
That should be it. 0%. Korea need to go for the touch right now. Blade, last one. Middle of Honor. It's a 3-man flux, but they're all sound barriered up, so nothing's really going to be made of this one. With Middle of Honor down, your only DPS still being Wolf, but not really doing too much on towards the mate. This is a cleanup.
All right, yeah, ryujehong not going to be long for this world. The Kitsune Rush is sent back towards spawn to help any respawners get back more quickly. But Japan, they have found their Finn scaling. They've got the swift step with no ally required. So guess who's always in your back line?
Tayo's done well here. We actually saw some of that crit damage on the backstab melee come through for him as well. You saw on the kill feed.
Yeah.
The melee crit. So both our Genjis going for very similar builds here. With Tayo maybe being a decent amount more advanced at 34k net worth versus 28. As we progress on through. Bit of honor. Picked himself up an extra little survival item for the power. So 15% ultimate cost reduction, converting 100 health into armor, and Dragon Blade heals your armor fully. So going a lot more on like the defensive side. Even you can see the power as well. Just playing for healing. Got the Hanamura healing as well. Critical hits and Swift Strike on over health. Whereas Tayo, it's about the damage, baby. And I think he's made the right call. I think you need to be the carry on your team. To be the extra threat. Last match it was mostly Finn. This time Tayo's made a lot more contribution. You don't have Finn just kind of running away from the game. You have Tayo actually only 1k behind Finn.
Nico going for a little bit of spread on their utility here when it comes to how they're playing their ability power, both for the double helix rocket and for potentially angling into the dangerous healing pad. But we've seen some absolute nightmare builds with a sprinting healing pad, although it does not scale that well until late game. So having early helix rocket ability power can make you quite deadly with that burst, knowing that Finn's going to be there to clean up if someone falls low.
Runner really wants to go for a left click build as well, because his next power that he picked up is the one that where you absorb 100 damage, you gain 10% attack speed scaling up, and while he'll be really making use of those hyperspheres now in terms of damage.
Throwing them out very quickly. Feels like when you get the initiative on Team Japan, you get a lot more value out of these hyperspheres. Just think of it, Runner has to like try and take some reactive plays and can't smash down that front line. Things get a little bit more complicated. However, oh, okay, that's a Kiriko clone. I've been fooled once again. And another. Here's Betray coming through. Metal with 2 melees. Hold up, this guy's crazy.
Fool me twice, you can't fool me again, as someone important once said. Now, well, Finn, he's got not having any trouble getting through Kiriko's clone, or no, Ryan doing a lot better this time around. Actually leading in terms of bounty alongside YamatoN on support. So 1575 both sides. And we'll give opportunity for Korea to be able to at least collect some bounties here. Thankfully, the bounties are on slightly easier heroes to take down. Finn is trying to move up on his own bounty for the time being. Still enough time to close the gap in terms of meter, which is all. It's just a 1 fight. When ryujehong the Nico is going to be a nice advantage.
All right, Kitsune Rush. Almost ready to go. Tayo noted on the outside for now. The all the way. Oh, no. Finn from the backstab.
He's doing it again.
Okay, yeah. It's just Finn moments. And he is getting so much done right here. There's the Kitsune Rush. Runner should be overwhelmed. Did him try and reinforce everyone. Look how much health came off that sound barrier from the ability power scaling. And now Medal of Honor, he's slicing and dicing. He's got extra move speed and extra slash speed. Double move is so troll, man. Medal of Honor cannot get near. He's just suspended in the air. It's duck hunting season for Nico. I said it's Kiriko season. No, it's Genji season. On the outside, it's Visor season. Trying to run over Runner themselves and can't stand up to the melee damage.
Tayo and Finn, the combination of them are still getting it done here. YamatoN out to an 1800 bounty, just hasn't died. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's all Korea for the most part falling over. We still haven't seen the push spot really get to the end of the map with only 30 seconds less than that now remaining. It's not looking too pretty for Korea to try and close this one out. Japan looking for number 3 here. Kiriko Clone even getting the kill.
Don't worry, they will be punished by the opposing Kiriko Clone. My MVPs, as they live and breathe, may well get run down here by the May block. It's very scary, and so has the TP away into safety for a moment. Tayo could be everyone. Actually missed their disengage. The punish doesn't seem to be there. The Kiriko Clone, ever reliable, gets punished for this, but still, MVP tier performance every single time. We're willing to try and kidnap someone away, potentially, with the snowball just icing on through, keeps this one contested. Medal of Honor is the next one off. Actually taken out by a melee from Nico, which is rather ironic because he doesn't even have a knife in the midst of all of this. Finn in the back doing what Finn do every time. Ryan just gets so much damage pumping out of this one. The Kitsune Rush, it won't be around for an amazingly long time. The coverage is not quite there, but you do have a Kiriko Clone to try and play with at the back. Grab some fire. Ryan now overwhelmed, and ryujehong is doing his best Finn impression.
It's an opportunity now. Korea's actually found themselves in a good spot. You saw all the ultimates come on through. I think Runner actually lost a flux earlier on. He was mid-flux and Ryan gets the kill, but with OT spawns, it might be possible for Korea to make this comeback. The issue is the distance they have to close before they can start getting meters. Probably still around 2 fights they have to win. They have to win a fight here just for bot control to get meters, and then one more fight in the spawn of Japan as they go for their last re-engage.
Do we need an Avril's amended theory of push victory for Stadium? Perhaps by the end of today we might be able to have one. ryujehong already falling down to Finn in the back. That's a huge deficit of healing that's now lost as well. Finally, Nico's going to be coming in for the final blow. I reckon that this is going to be all she wrote towards the end. It's going to be the Dragon Blade as well. I don't think Medal of Honor's got it in him to do the 1 versus 5, and Tayo swings the sword and cuts deeper for the Kurosawa ending.
Yeah, it's only a 6k difference, but it's starting to feel a bit of a world apart from Japan to Korea. Tobi once again getting the MVP, but once more, I'm just not too sure if the Lucio is going to add enough here as the main carrier of your team's cash amount. So it's a big difference between having all your money on a DPS like a Genji versus having it all onto the Lucio, which in Tobi's case is being mostly built into defensive
there's that beat drop.
Does have a
Tuzu actually for ryujehong.
Yeah, well, yeah, he's trying to make sure he lives. He's got the beat drop for the ultimate cost reduction. Landing on an enemy with Sound Barrier deals 200 ability damage with an extra 50% for the ability power here. So, you know, maybe that leads into something, but just seeing a decent amount of survival items in here with at least a couple of ability powers, but he's going to have to get really active to be able to translate that into any sort of damage, whereas on the other side, Tayo in particular is just going to be into full damage, full power. Most recently picked up Laceration for 35% additional damage over 3 seconds to enemies hit on Swift Strike. So, and most important is on the weapon side, getting that massive purple item, Ivy Spider.
Extra damage to players below 30% life, as well as just raw 25% weapon power, which is a lot for those of you keeping track at home. Finn still has that bounty on 50.4k. The rich do get richer.
Yeah, meanwhile, I did take a look at Medal of Honor's build one more time as well, and it's just not quite as pretty, particularly in the damage department. As mentioned, he went more for defense, he went more for survivability, but I think right now to win, you gotta get the kills, particularly now that Finn's starting to get away with this on 50k. He's not on just the disgusting 6-way that we saw him before, but he has the biggest bounty.
Probably also worth noting that if Finn is running the cooldown reduction on Headshot, which I assume they are, given their build last time, that maybe you can find that off of the Kiriko clones as well. Runner and Ryan traded out here. Finn's hunting. Run away as fast as you can. ryujehong, oh, do you want to try and move up there? ryujehong's actually surrounded on both sides here, just as a TP out. Doesn't know about Finn, who's on this off angle, and now Finn's just imperiously reigning over the battlefield. Could just stare down from on high. Should be able to TP out with fairly easy cooldown reduction up into the sky. Nico just able to blast themselves essentially to the stratosphere off the back of every right click. Still gets run down by Runner. In the midst of all of this, it's an absolute farm of Kiriko clones right now.
Maybe Runner can be the carrier that you're hoping for on Team Korea right now. He's certainly able to do so in this particular fight. Things are heating up a little bit. And Runner's currently the guy to look out for on the team. Tobi gets the final cleanup on the Tayo. Korea gets their first point. Ryujehong with a late kill on the Finn. That's actually impactful. That's going to really cause the numbers to be whittled down for Japan on their retake.
Bounty claim as well for ryujehong.
Yeah, massive.
Narrowing the gap between those Kirikos. Already almost got a second cap here. It's going to be an exchange here off Kitsune. Rushes towards the back, goes Medal of Honor, slashing away with the blade. Extra slice speed. And there was a quickly deployed right-click YamatoN. However, amidst all of this, Tayo's got a little bit more done. Already down is their counterpart on the off angle. Nico has themselves a tactical visor. Doesn't really need much help for aiming at the moment. Tobi could be overwhelmed. In a 2 versus 1 right now, Tayo just stabs him down. There might be a recontest towards the end. Oh, ryujehong has arrived with the clone army. The Grand Army of the Republic has finally attacked Geonosis.
I just need more players, though. They got a bunch of clones to play through, but it's not enough to push. They need Runner into the front lines. They need Tobi back as well. A couple of late deaths here. Maybe Tobi and Wolf should have just been able to fall down, fall off, and regroup after the disengage, but man, wanted to full commit. It was a good blizzard, but the extra respawn has come through from Japan. Just a little too much to deal with.
Aggression from Finn, early grab coming through. The deflecting and the kinetic grasp do what they can. Ryan now up in the air. You need to try and take him out. However, the sound barrier is in just the right time. ryujehong tries to slip the net, but guess what? Nico's on the other side, and Tayo is able to come and try and chase them down as well. Looking for the crit off the back of the quick melee, but still this Kiriko is just so evasive. Trying to run him down can be a little bit difficult. Oh, the quick slash off the back of the deflect. Excellent perk use there by Tayo. Perfectly done.
Japan. Match point, by the way, Wolf for the final contest. Sound barrier in for just a couple members. Not a lot to play through. Just the 2 members online, and Tayo is going to blade through, slash down Tobi. And once Wolf comes out of the icicle, can he do anything? Maywater slow it down, but he's the only one left to touch. Korea just didn't have anybody left. Team Japan, another 4-1. This team has basically been flawless. We're hitting close scorelines in the middle, the beginning, I should say, typically the 1-to-1. So we're not activating mercy rules, but the later we get into these matches for Stadium, the more powerful Japan get, the more powerful Finn gets. Tayo now, I think, has been a real threat on the Genji. Previously, we saw him the cast. Okay, one of his signatures, he does play it well, but he never got to carry the day like what we saw on that Genji. That was different. And now Japan has got way more threats than just Finn on the Kiriko.
Absolutely. That means Japan have locked in their first seed as well, as both of our other teams are 0-1. And Japan is sitting at 2-0. So they will be going straight to our grand finals. And the likelihood is that we're going to have a little bit of a preview matchup of our semi-finals for our final round robin between Team Korea and Team China.
Tayo, player of the match here. Deserved. Yeah, you got that.
I'd say so.
Not quite. How much did he end on, actually? I think he might have ended pretty high up in terms of net worth. Certainly impactful on the Genji, as we saw in the kill feed. Played way more for the damage in terms of his build. A lot of the melee perks. Medal of Honor and Tayo started out their builds fairly similar, but by the time we got to the end, a lack of damage in terms of Medal of Honor's build may have caught up with them. Tayo will end the day on 50.6k, which is still 6k roughly less than Finn, against a total of 243. So about nearly just about over a fifth of the team's overall net worth there, and the second highest on his team after Finn.
You begin a bit richer here. Also, quick Tayo highlight reel. You know what? I wasn't really a huge fan of the Iado strike, the free Dragon Blade swing after the deflect, but I have been proven thoroughly wrong by Tayo. Bro's getting so much value out of this one.
That's a lot of damage for essentially free. You get a free swing for just a deflect. Gotta respect the fact that that can be quite nasty. We got a couple of choice words now from Tayo at the end of that one.
두 번째 경기 일본이 다시금 승리를 가져갑니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
안녕하세요.
네, 오메데토 고자이마스.
아리가또 고자이마스.
오늘의 피어팀은 타이어 선수가 차지하게 됐는데요. 한국팀에게 4대1로 승리를 빼앗아 갔습니다.
Opening comment is that Japan won twice. Congratulations. That was said in Japanese by our interviewer. And the first question is, let's hear your thoughts on the game.
戦えて、 めちゃくちゃ嬉しくて現地で活躍できて本当に良かったです。
오버워치 레전드들과 싸워서 정말 영광이었고 겐지로 승리를 거머쥘 수 있어서 정말 좋았습니다.
네, 자 오늘 겐지로 캐리를 보여줬죠. 겐지가 조금은 불리할 수도 있는 조합이었는데요. 어떻게 운영하려고 했는지 들어가 도 있을까요?
Response is, it was an honor to fight against the Overwatch legends. Very respectful from our boy Tayo.
はい、こちらにはリオン選手のザリアがすごい温かいケアをしてくれたんで、まああんまり倒される。
And next question is that Genji. He's a hero that can be a bit disadvantageous. What do you think about his play strategy? Just asking after the play style of Genji in Stadium here, Avril.
정말 따뜻한 아군 자리아가 케어를 아주 열심히 해주고 또 공격적인 아군 키리코가 또 이목을 끌어주어서 안전하게 적진을 해칠 수 있었습니다.
야, 이렇게 오늘 승리의 공을 팀원들에게 돌리는 모습 아주
He says, I played with confidence in Zarya's protection and the aggressive Kiriko.
결승까지 진출하게 됐는데요. 만약 오늘 우승하게 된다면 특별 세레머니 볼 수 있을까요?
Yeah, definitely seems that Ryan is a great enabler for these angles that could be feeds, but end up delivering, you know? The next question is, if I win, or I guess if Tayo wins, will I get to see a special ceremony? A celebratory dance or something? Drop the gritty? Tayo contemplating the gritty, of course.
우승을 하면은 캐서디의 성대모사를 하도록 하겠습니다.
오, 우승하게 되면 캐서디 성대모사를 보여주겠다라고 제가 약속받아놨습니다. 자, 이렇게 오늘 한국에서 치러지는 경기인데 POTM까지 받은.
Says, I'm gonna do the Cassidy voice. So maybe a voice line, or howdy partner kind of thing.
Is Tayo half American? I think Tayo
He
might
is.
be half American.
Yep.
Got that
That
cast
do
in
be
him.
true.
あ、今ですか？はい。
Holy swagger. Full body chills.
세레머니까지 너무 멋있습니다. 자, 이렇게 오늘 두 번째 경기 승리.
The question was, there was a player of the match held in Korea. Can you do the Genji ceremony? And you guys know how that went. Clip it and ship it.
Righto, Japan 2-0 right now. We're gonna see how Korea and China do to see who will make it through at least slightly higher up in the pecking order. We'll find out after this. At this stage, Japan has found themselves locked in for the finals already. We are halfway through the matches for today's Overwatch 2 Stadium Asia Streamer Showdown. And now it's time for Korea and China to face off against each other in our final round robin game. Scoreline currently sits at both Korea and China getting 1 round each off of Japan. And now this one's going to decide to see who at least gets that second seed. But I think we're basically going to get these 2 games back to back. We're going to get Korea versus China into another Korea versus China, because at this stage Japan is locked in first place so far.
It's the equivalent of having a loser's bracket, you know? I guess it's always the loser's bracket. I don't know. It's a semi-final into a grand final. There's a second life here, so you've got to... There's going to be time... Yeah. There's going to be time to adapt, you know?
It's Kalios. I know that guy. It's Kalios and Edison.
Kalios
from playing in OWCS Japan.
Heard you through the grapevine. Somewhere. It's just
steady Eddie.
Glazed to me.
He's so steady sitting in the back.
True, bro is not going to fall off that chair anytime soon. See if Team China have consolidated their builds by being able to watch both Team Korea and Team Japan play the Kiriko with the clone to significant success. What do they play?
Both teams. We've mostly seen the same heroes repeated. We have a lot of Zaryas. Runner did pull through a Sigma. If I remember correctly, Muzi had the Mei last time. Or no, he was the...
They played Moira, yeah.
9 Duo was the Mei, and then Wolf was on Mei as well. One of the bigger differences, we did have a Genji come through in the last game. 2 Genjis, in fact. We didn't have a single Genji in our first game. But we have had Lucio every single time, nearly Kiriko every single time, and we've at least seen 1 soldier so far per match. We've played 2 matches, both at least 1 soldier.
Yeah, soldier's just such a versatile pick in Stadium. You can pivot into weapon power or ability power. Personally, weapon power merchant over here. I like when the gun go... Although, not a huge fan of chain gun. I think it's pretty unforgiving. In that the second you stop holding down M1, you lose all those stacks. I'd love for it to ramp down a little bit. So maybe avoid the chain gun and go down the tactical visor route instead.
Double Helix, always lots of fun. See what Runner plays this time around. I think he's discovering that Zarya actually might be the tank of the day, but also kind of depends on what your team's playing around. I think it makes a lot of sense when you have a Genji. And you can just sort of perma bubble them. Looking at Ryan's build so far, he's mostly played a very supportive Zarya. Lots of bubble play. Ended the last match with 2 of the particle barrier perks just to beef up the bubble even more. I say perks, they're the epic items, and then one of the powers, the actual powers you get for free every second round out of the first. So yeah, part of the reason why Tyro had a bit more of a pop off there. You can just drop the bubbles on him and he gets to do whatever he wants.
Yeah, like it's Team Japan's comp almost works a bit like an aircraft carrier, you know? Like, you just have that central nexus for Zarya. You send out your little fighter planes in the form of Finn and Tayo to go and wreak some havoc elsewhere. And then they come back to base and get their care there afterwards.
Who would you say has done better so far between Korea and China versus Japan? They both did have the same scoreline at the end of the day versus Japan.
I think that Korea did better, just in terms of being able to trade more frags. There was a round between Team China and Team Japan where the Kiriko clone got more final blows than Team China did. Which
I think we definitely had Finn go more thick nasty in that China game than he did versus Korea. So there was.
But to be fair, I think that might have been a build there.
That being said, Ty was on cast that game rather, and not on the Genji. So let's head into our final round robin game.
Only 20 seconds left until we kick this round off.
Okay, Muzi's made the adaptation, gone over to the Kiriko themselves.
I peeped the Ana. There's an Ana. He's done it. He's doing it. First power for ryujehong is Comfy Clouds. Sleep Dart explodes on contact, hitting targets within 3 meters, but Sleep has a 50% reduced cooldown. Now, I'm a big fan of going towards Sleep Dart pokes. However, I will say 50% reduced duration is a little punishing. You could get an AoE on the Sleep, although 3 meters is actually not as large of AoE as you think. So, to my experience, it doesn't get AoE as much as you like. But the reduced duration just means they wake up a little too early for my liking. We'll see what ryujehong does.
Oh, Runner got the memo that the tank du jour was Xayah. Unfortunately, did not get the healing to make the tank du jour work that well. MADA with 0 energy is going to be running down Runner. And we'll eventually get him, surely. There it is, the damage finally delivered.
Oh, we saw plenty of in the China game as MADA. A bit of a standout, I think, on that tank position. Was able to take down Ryan plenty. And is not shy about starting things out strong. 9 duo had a pretty clean double in there as well, currently leading the pack in terms of money for his efforts.
9 duo was one of a few people to successfully take down Finn with a nice double dink at the beginning of that Temple of Anubis clash. Back in the ancient prehistoric Cretaceous period of match 1.
I think with the Zarya, you're basically doing a similar thing as if you were playing Genji. You get to go in, have the bubbles play through. Bears to counter each other here. Should be your first ultimates coming through as well. Nico also has the power where if he gets elimination, he gets his cooldowns resets. Could be pretty nasty. Okay. Really wants to go for the Death Blossom, got slept early.
Yeah, it's not. I have to see if it's going to come off cooldown once again.
He needs a bubble! He needs a bubble, please!
It wasn't there. The care for my Reaper, my the Martyrdom Graviton Surge. Not sure if I'm a huge fan of that one. The cleanup, it might come through from Jamlee actually. And hello, there's also a Tantalizer as well. The Martyrdom Graviton Surge. How could I be so blind, Avril? How could I be such a fool to underestimate it?
Jamlee, bringing the goods. Started this one with a double helix. Tactical at the right time. His team might have fallen over, but he's managed to pick up the pieces. 58 meters already, looking strong for Team China with just about 40 seconds left to play through.
All right, Medal of Honor trying their best to ward away the Reaper. Oh, slicing and dicing into the Graviton Surge. It is an absolute sight to behold. Carves into the turducken of Overwatch heroes and comes away with a meaty pie.
Yeah, looking like a nice little Huxhole cosplay there from the death throws of Runner dropping in the Graviton Surge. Runner might have died for that one, but Medal of Honor will be able to get the cleanup. Keep Korea competitive here, so they'll get their first meet of the last 10 seconds, but you know, in Stadium, it's always possible. There's not that much you have to push through, and the OT spawns can be pretty good for you. Medal of Honor down early though, it is not going to be useful. It will hurt.
Oh, just like the good old days, watching Toby peel for the ryujehong Anna. Unfortunately, not quite as successful as the good old days. We're in. The future is now, old man. And Toby faces the Hellfire shotguns and can't stand up to the damage. Team China start off pretty strong.
Yeah, I like the teamwork coming through from China there towards the end. Unfortunately, Toby's sound barrier a little too slowly. It's actually both the Lucios picking up MVPs. I think as long as you don't have a lot of deaths and your stats are generally pretty good.
Yeah.
Pick up the MVP early, and both our Lucios probably just did a ton of healing.
Making that passive income, you know, off the aura.
But again, because your Lucios are the ones that have picked up the most money, I don't know how that's going to end up helping you in terms of build or early pop-up potential. Just peeping what ryujehong's got going on early as well. We already have the dash boots for jumping in mid-air will allow you to dash a short distance, maybe feeling a little bit of pressure. And then I believe we also have proto projectiles as well, which is one of my favorites. Unscoped projectiles are 100% larger. So now he's going to be able to dash away and also be able to no scope a little bit easier. I think being able to no scope with this is where certain powers are really good. No scope needed power, which when you land an unscoped shot, which is either damage or healing, you get attack speed. Stack up to 3 times, you get a 30% attack speed off that. So that's a nice combo. But he started off with sleeping, a little comfy cloud power instead, but should be a little bit harder to kill now, ryujehong.
I could use a comfy cloud. Maybe we all could. Trying times require cloudy solutions. At least that's what SRP check usually seem to think. MADA are getting it nice, close, and personal here. But they aren't really welcome in this close range. And going up against the Reaper Zaya this close, it's unideal. ryujehong is going to be chased down here. However, the hop, the secondary hop, the escape's no good. Free chases him down. No, my hopper.
I also do like that Muzi's learned very quickly. It's like, you know what, maybe the Kiriko is broken. I will play it myself. He ended up picking up Cyclist Gloves for this round already. The one that allows you to get 20% extra attack speed when using ability. And clones should be coming on through at some point as well, just to make things extra wild.
Lots of bounties. Now
He's already got the clones. He actually picked that power up already, so...
Yeah, first power. All the size under pressure. Runner's just getting run down in the midst of all of this by the Reaper. I guess this was the adaptation. We saw 9-0 move over from the Mei onto the Reaper, thinking, you know what? If Zaya's going to be the tank du jour, then I guess that I will just get rid of him.
So nice that you get to play the Zarya into the Genji here as well, which might end up forcing Genji or MADA to pick up the perk that allows him to deflect beams, or at least it stops him from taking damage from the beams, which will slow down the rest of your build slightly. Look at the downings are running on board for China here. 3 members, 900 plus bounties. Big team fight here could swing things over for Korea, but they're behind a decent amount, 80% plus now.
Oh, we're going to do the Apex thing. Oh no, they're just going to have to give over the emergency nano, I believe, onto Zaya here, giving extra fighting power over to Runner. 100 energy, glowing bright like a Christmas tree, but already down on Tobi. The damage is too much to try and bear here, and it might be a last moment death blossom from 9-0. Just spinning to win a coup de grace upon Team Korea, who seem to have not been rewarded for their character pivots.
100-0 like that. Ooh, that is quite the round. And 11,000 just about difference as well in terms of the money. But this time you're starting to see the money go towards specific carry players. MADA, who did an extremely good job in his match versus Japan on that Zarya, now gonna get the MVP this time. A little bit of an extra 1,000. ryujehong pick up MVP on his end. There's still 3 members now on Japan, really moving up forward in terms of their bounties. MADA learning a little bit from Tyre, moving more towards damage, at least in his early build, instead of going purely defensive as we saw in his Japan match.
When it comes to our character options as well, remember that even though we've only seen Sigma so far, Zenyatta and Junkrat are now available in Season 17 for Stadium. So you can log into Overwatch right now. Feel free to play the new heroes over there. I think that Zenyatta could be very interesting once Kiriko's power gets a little bit toned down. Once we see that nerf.
Muzi got picked up by Muzi.
Yeah, the Tuzu here, very interesting, especially going up against the Ana. Making sure that essentially none of those antis are ever going to land. That's going to give you some cooldown parity with that butter grenade.
And revolving ruin picked up there from our Reaper of 9-0 for close range shotgun hits with ground attack speed, which is very important. Now I do want to point this out. The Tranquilizer Sleep Dart perk has been picked up. The item, I should say, the epic item has been picked up in ryujehong, the one that increases sleep dart projectile size massively. So if there is a round where we start to see those sleep darts pay off in terms of Comfy Cloud getting for an AoE, this would be it. So get ready for that. Get ready for some big AoE sleeps.
Also gives a little bit more duration, given that the duration was initially reduced by 50% from that Comfy Cloud. Oh, getting in nice and close here, trying for the Iado strike. Seems it doesn't have any real value in the midst of all of this. Instead, it's going to be Runner picking up Jamlee first. MADA once again really punished for getting in so close. It feels like when it comes to this frontline damage, as you pointed out, the extra attack speed that the Reaper's starting to get off of these close range hits is really stacking up.
It's just going to ruin Runner's day. I think most of the time you are going to see the Reaper move forward and pump that majority damage into the opposing tank. It's just the easiest member to farm up the attack speed on, so why not? As we're still not really seeing too much come through from Korea. And the other issue is if you do land some sleeps, you need to be able to follow up on those quite quickly. And this is where you would like to see MADA people work off those sleeps and just dive on a MADA call between a wall though. It's going to get saved. There it is. That's a sleep in. Note the duration's only half, so ryujehong still going to get taken down by Creed.
Yeah. Creed just on the other side managed to avoid that Comfy Cloud. And instead found comfort in destroying an old head of Overwatch. Korea are kind of getting flummoxed here. Are we in Are we in Mercy Rule territory?
You are in Mercy Rule territory right now. This is where we got to be very careful. You are definitely in Mercy Rule territory, so you wouldn't want to see Ryu get completely wiped here. They are getting wiped. They're getting wiped.
Oh, they're getting absolute. The floor is being wiped with Korean sweat and tears right now. It's a rarity in Overwatch, but it seems to be the tough reality we're facing. Team China have risen up. They've made the adaptations. They've discovered the power of the Kiriko clone, and Korea have just been mercy ruled. Oh boy.
Oh my goodness. Here's the good news though. Here is the good news. We're basically going to repeat this match again for our semi-final. And don't Korea need it. This has been a bit of a wake-up call and a lesson learned for Team Korea as they got mercy ruled, finding out that the combination of the Reaper and Zarya is quite the stronger. But I actually think Korea did a ton of a impact in this particular game. I was watching dude kind of shot with the kill feed all the time, following up on kills, getting deep, and specifically running at ryujehong. ryujehong was landing sleep darts onto a lot of members. I saw one onto 9 Duo, but might have wanted to drop onto the Creed instead. 9 Duo on the Reaper is going to end up picking play up of the match, swapping up towards the Reaper and kind of just ruining Runner's day on Zarya.
Yeah, I mean, turns out if you're going to have the tank de jour be Reaper, or the tank de jour be Zarya, if you're not building into that armor, Reaper does just slice through her so quickly. And honestly, I mean, I hate to be an Ana hater. I don't want to disrespect the Elders of Honor, the pantheon that ryujehong has there, but feels like Kiriko and her clone are just too strong to leave on the table right now.
I'll send ryujehong my build. I'll let him know.
Yeah, let him know, man. Let him know.
I'll let him know how to perfect that one. But no, I think the team play here from China is a bit of a difference maker. We saw that they were able to, at least in the earlier rounds in that Japan game, string together some decent team fight wins. Really, the game got away from them in the later rounds when Finn just got a little bit too strong. They didn't have the capability to shut him down. But in the earlier rounds, China looked good here. Getting that snowball early. Really running to ryujehong, who, by the way, despite picking up the jumping perk that lets him sort of Hanzo hop away, he still kind of felt like he was under mad pressure. So part of the reason why Future might have been a better look, not only the damage and maybe the OP clone build, but just the fact that you can live. Much harder to kill when you can just TP away and Suzu yourself, etc.
Turns out as well, if someone dives you and suddenly you can create a 2v1, that could be a little bit of an advantage. Anna's got no such capacity to 2v1, and it's really taxing Tobi's bandwidth as well. Should we do our interview here? Our player of the match, 9 Duo.
我觉得我们能赢下比赛，还是整个团队在之前的训练当中做。
The question is, it was a perfect 3-0 victory. Please tell us how you feel about said victory.
열심히 연습한 만큼 결과가 오는 것 같아요. 저희 팀원들한테 정말 고맙다는 말을 하고 싶어요.
It says that I think the results of my practice have come out. I'm so grateful to my teammates.
Yeah, during their initial interview, they did outline that they were practicing late into the night last night for Team China. Next question is, you showed a good game on Reaper. What do you think about today's game? I guess how Reaper did in comparison to 9Duo's previous outing on the May.
Members mentions that it really comes down to the teamwork. He did also specifically say it was teamwork with the Lucio as well, speeding him in.
I forgot you've got a little bit of the Mandarin knowledge. Next question is, I heard you prepared hard and went to eat samgyeopsal? How was it? I'm very sorry for trying to pronounce that dish.
That's pork belly.
Ooh. Jules has just been roused from his slumber somewhere. Great pork belly chef, Jules.
Says I felt even stronger when I ate it with kimchi.
Ooh.
下一场比赛如果也赢了的话，很有可能
Great time because I actually had K barbecue last night too.
Damn, did you go
I
out
was
or
on
have
that
it
level.
brought to
I
you?
was on that
一
level.
开始就非常相信我们的队友，所以我觉得我们还是
Win the next game, you'll be crowned champion. How are you feeling about that?
네, 저희는 우선 매우 자신이 있고요. 팀원들과 함께
That does seem like that seems slightly inaccurate. I believe they do have to play Korea again, and then if they win, they have to play Japan.
다음 경기로 다시 돌아올게요.
Because I'm confident that I can win, and I believe I can do it.
All right, semifinals. It will be a rematch between Korea and China coming up next. Don't go anywhere. Get your drops right here.
Getting prep for the semi-finals now for the Overwatch 2 Stadium Asia Streamer Showdown. Team Korea versus Team China rematch. We just got a 3-0 Mercy rule included game, Harry. As Team China rocked Team Korea out in that final game of the semi-final, rather the round robin, extremely quickly.
Yeah, that was, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a bit of an Ana hater. Team Korea, they're currently sitting at 0-2. I think we got to get ryujehong back on the Kiriko, man. It's appropriate that our exclusive drops here for the Overwatch Stadium Asia Creator Showdown is the OWCS home Kiriko, because she's kind of the meta and she better.
It definitely is the hero of the day so far. Kind of just mostly being abused by Finn. And I think after Finn showed what this hero does, everyone's like, you know what? I think that's it. I think we all got to do that now. Everyone has to basically play that one hero. And of course, there's only like 18 or so heroes, 17 heroes available. So you're not going to see any bans. We don't have bans in Stadium here. We're just playing the whole roster. Everything, as you can see now in the bracket. Japan, after winning that round robin 2-0, cleaned up both the teammates 4-1. They get seeded directly into the grand finals. And Team China and Korea now will get their rematch to see who gets the opportunity to face Japan for that final.
Yeah, the unenviable task of once again getting potentially farmed by Finn and Finn's clones, the Finn gang. Hopefully we'll see a pivot back to full power from Team Korea. I wonder if we're going to see the continued rise of Reaper here. They seem to have served 9-duo well, going in the Zarya versus Zarya. Of course, our teams, it's not like a draft. They do not get to see what they're going up against until everyone has picked their heroes. So
I think there's an improvement over the Mei. I will say that. I didn't think the Meis on either team in the previous games were that impactful so far. Wolf has played Mei twice. We'll see if Wolf ends up changing things or not. Medal of Honor on the Genji twice already. It was ryujehong and Runner that were the ones changing things. That Runner went from Sigma to Zarya. ryujehong went from Kiriko to Ana. And as you mentioned, might end up moving back over to the Kiriko again. Of course, I do enjoy a bit of the classic ryujehong, Ana coming on in. I don't think we got deep enough into the rounds of Stadium to see the Ana build flesh out. I'm still a believer in the Ana. I think the Ana build can be pretty strong, but maybe a little fragile compared to other heroes. That being said, this guy does play Juno in his OWCS team on Old Ocean, so we haven't seen a Juno yet. I don't know, maybe the Season 17 Stadium Juno nerfs have hit enough that players have moved away from that, but was one of the more consistent, powerful heroes in Stadium in Season 16. Still an opportunity here in the semifinals to bring it out.
Almost time for the first round, and the teams are readying up.
Well, here we go. Clone is ready. I did see maybe a change up there on the Zarya.
Yeah, no limits
Runner.
now. Maximum energy 150 or 125 now, I suppose.
Goes for it straight away. Typically, I think you can get it round 1. I think by round 3, once you get that and maybe the life lift at the same time, so you can get better barriers, and things start to get pretty nasty. Let's start things out on Colosseo here. Both teams coming back with a soldier. China making no changes to their lineup, playing the same as before. And it's going to be the Reaper now, as noted, changed up for Korea. So, we got a full mirror? We do. It's a full-on mirror.
Yeah. Well, back to the Kiriko. This is what I wanted to see from Korea. The Ana experiment is over. Even though ryujehong, one of the goats of Ana, definitely in the pantheon, in the ancestor powers. And put that one to bed. Toot sweet.
China has been very good in these early skirmishes. And Japan, rather Korea. Japan's still waiting in the next game. Korea's a lot more prepared. It's going to be Runner just getting run down, though.
I just caught by a speed boost.
Bubble being used a little bit earlier on, and as you said, the speed boost from Creed pushing China into the lead. They already managed to get themselves a meter. They'll be able to push even further in the meterage.
You've been around as long as we have and as Creed has. Is it gone from miraculous youngster to miraculous boomer?
The amount of people that would get the reference. You know you're an old head. You know you're an Overwatch old head if you do get the reference.
Yeah, if you get that one, you got your little medal. You know, you got your Overwatch League badge, and chat already caught up in the grab. Kitsune rushing to try and save everyone. However, Runner cannot stand up even with the additional healing power of the Afuda being levied against them. Still the Kiriko clone getting it done. ryujehong also moves on to Jamlee. That's going to be the Kiriko clone taken down, which means ryujehong still hiding around somewhere. New clone, new me rolling in, managing to get themselves an early headshot. Wow, just decimates, dunks on 9 duo. He's back, baby.
Looks like a pretty damn good fight for Team China as well, but just the end tail of it going back the way of Korea. ryujehong doing a decent amount there. Him and his clone both getting a kill each, so the clone's getting nice and aggressive early on, as both clones will be deleted here. 30k net worth versus 28.5 or 28.6 now. Wolf on the back lines.
Oh, Runner once again, the primary target. They're constantly getting bullied. Look at the fire rate here for 9 duo. Just building up so quickly. Can tear through everybody. And Korea didn't really manage to convert that one fight into too much mid-range because they had to run all the way back.
Yeah, Wolf tried to go for the backstab Death Blossom, but while his team was already getting taken down, you start to see the combo in the front line. Zari getting the bubble on from MADA to 9 duo for his own successful Death Blossom, wiping out Korea. And Creed then shutting down Wolf's attempt at a flanking Death Blossom. Runner already in potential trouble here as we're starting to run out of time as the OT hitting.
Alright, overtime should be easily grabbed here by Runner. Has a little bit of staying power already. Has used the bubble though onto Wolf, which is not going to be available to try and sustain themselves. It's a very important duel here on the outside. Nondo is just going to move away from it for now. I might have heard the Graviton Surge come out. Not too sure. Kiriko's clone falls down to Wolf in the midst of all of this. And Creed it's time to go right now. Has eyes onto Runner. They just really want to try and take down Visaya. And so too everybody else is put into the Graviton Surge. MADA looking absolutely brutal as they roll out to round 1.
Should be an MVP as well. Wouldn't be surprised. There's another MADA MVP. Tobi will get it once more on his team, but as noted, maybe not the most ideal member. You know, would like to see a carry hero get that MVP for the extra 1,000 stadium cash. As we'll peep over to see what MADA's build ends up looking like. 3 members, by the way, in China looking like they'll have the bounties, which is a lot to play through. So,
oh boy, Avril, purple circle with an icon in it. Let's look this one up.
Of all the purple circles with a head inside, that is my favorite one.
Ooh, oh yeah, this is 15% ability power and ability damage and healing grants 20% more ultimate charge. Very important for Elucio. Might see a pivot into that sound barrier damage.
Muzi's already got the attack speed perk item, I should say, online for Kiriko. Cyclist gloves, when using the ability, gain 20% attack speed for 3 seconds. Very cheap and extremely economical that you can basically have a lot of uptime on that. Especially once your cooldowns start to get low. TPN, 20% attack speed. I mean, for 5,000 cash, it's probably one of the best items you can get early on for snowboarding, which is like what China's trying to do here. 3 members with bounties on board. Opportunity to catch up now for Korea once they shut them down.
Oh, Runner doesn't even have 10k yet. Having an absolute mare. I do feel like I agree with your earlier assessment that 150 energy perk might be a little early. Building up towards that 150 energy seems to have been mostly avoided thus far by China. Being very disciplined with how they're interacting with these bubbles. 9 duo taken out early by Tobi. Getting aggressive. We were talking in the break and you were espousing the value of the aggressive Lucio.
Still going to be Wolf punished though, unfortunately. So Korea will have to get control of point for the time being, but it doesn't look like they'll have to do much of a good time to try and win it out. Jamlee on the off angle. It's going to be the clones taking each other down. Uncontested here. Jamlee might just be able to do enough damage to be able to finish some off, but he hasn't been able to. That's going to start. Bounties will be picked up now. Muzi's lost his bounty. Support line for China gone. At least Jamlee's managed to get away, you would imagine. That's going to be 1 bounty kept up.
I mean, Jamlee's Mr. Consistent on the angle, right, but it feels like doesn't really have that much burst potential. Kind of feeds over quite a bit of additional ultimate charge to the aura healing. Hello, ryujehong's looking a little bit nasty with it. Won't be able to get MADA on disengage. Gets into cover rather well with that right click.
Ilvana is showing a little bit better consistency on the Soldier compared to where he was in the Genji before. This is Korea's opportunity now. I'd like to see them be to bounce back. You wouldn't want to see another Mercy rule being implemented.
Oh, it's a
Kiriko. 9 duo. Nice one. Great bait, mate. 8 out of 8 for 9 duo. That's the real Tobi.
9 out of 8 even. 9 duo continues to just run them on down. Going up after runner here. Plenty of energy, but not enough staying power. The heals aren't there. Good retake by China.
Now 1,125 for Jamlee's bounty, and leading that money net worth is still going to be MADA, who is, mind you, 5k ahead of runner, who you noted didn't even have 10k to his name walking into the second round. He's going to have to catch up to start dealing damage.
Oh, that's a nasty solo
it's a big
grab. Oh, the headstock shots just stack up so easily on those trapped members. Jamlee easily able to try and follow this one up. The point's about to open. Ryujehong with 2. Hello, the GOAT is back. He's a lunatic, and his kill count is so high, but unfortunately so too is his death count. MADA managed to grab that one. Touching Kira is going to be a real chore for Korea. They might be able to get him with Tobi at least.
The rest of his team, unfortunately, running away. Tried to fit that one in there.
All grabbing MADA early. Could be everything. Trying to turn it around here with the Devils from 9 takes out both of the Zayas. No one's on the point. Oh, China. They are absolutely decimating right now. And the team play looks real good. The isolation onto runner as well. It feels like runner's not getting nearly as much help.
It's another Tobi MVP. MADA is just getting really high up in terms of the money onto one of your main damage dealers. But when your Lucio's picking up double MVPs in a row, we're not too sure on that one. And to finish things out as well, it looks like to me Tobi was the last one touching, and when he went down, there were still 4 members alive, but just a little far off. I do think Medal of Honor was next to potentially go for a touch, but just barely too far away.
Okay, life lift coming in, 50% particle barrier size. Maybe runner can actually start getting some value out of its no limits.
Yeah, you need that. You needed that for sure. This is runner's opportunity now to sort of catch up a little bit. I believe he's got the extra range on the left click there as well, whereas MADA's gone more for he's got the lifesteal power plus the right click mini grab, as noted.
Yeah.
And Tuzu for Muzi.
Neither Zaya building into ability energy, interestingly, which means their barriers aren't getting bulkier. Which I think might be a little bit of a mistake for runner.
Do know that we have a little bit of a deviation on where the Reapers are going. 9 has gone for Strangle Step, which allows him to cast Shadow Step super quickly. Whereas for Wolf, he went for Wraith Renewal, which allows him to heal during Wraith form. Doubles into 50% life, which, you know, the real difference here is how defensively are you building versus offensively. I really like to see offensive building, so China is leaning a little bit heavy in that direction. However, runner is trying to do his best in terms of building offense right now, which I respect a lot.
All right, big bubble. Not going to be too many shots going its way there. Remember, with little ability power, there's not much staying power for that bubble. It only blocks for base like 200, 250 damage and doesn't convert it into that much energy. Still, they're coming up rather quick. 9 wins out the Reaper duel. And it's just early supremacy here for Team China. They just get in and they have so much damage behind them because of how built their Reaper is.
Yeah, like a good 5k ahead right now. Creed onto Tobi as well for the cleanup. Muzi was the only one falling for China. But got the early lead just by a couple of meters, 11 and counting, threatening to go for the cap. This is another potential 3-0 lead for China as they just look strong even in this mirror. They're down 1 player, but Muzi has a Kiriko. Stupid to get back in. Runner's isolated. He's going to go down here super easily.
If they keep getting these no traded kills as well, and the economy keeps building, we could see a second mercy rule in a row. They're 300 shy of being 10k ahead here.
Yeah, they're about to get a second mercy rule, especially if, like you said, Korea just don't start getting kills in response. We're about 100 away now. One more good kill for China will put them within mercy rule contention. It's a survival mode now for Korea to try to prevent that.
Ryujehong really feeling the pressure of 9 on that off angle. Kiriko clone falls down. Get another bait. Keeps happening to me. Don't know why. 9 fresh duel has now been bought in. That's going to be Wolf on the other side. Has himself a death blossom. However, the solo grab onto runner again, continuously isolating Visaya and just pumping headshots into them, making sure you can never build up that 120 energy. But so brutal to try and deal with. There are no trades here, Avril. The economic back gap is continuing to get wider and wider. We might see 2 mercy rules on Team Korea in a row.
Yeah, Kitsune rushed the only thing to save Korea, but he needs teammates. ryujehong can't do it on his own. He's been good for a couple of kills in the past. Kitsune rush now being played through from Muzi. Run is down again. Run is consistently down. I think it's over.
9 duo picks up a duo of his own. Wolf gets nothing off the back of the Death Blossom. The ability power just is not there. The kills are not there. The space, the time, the second chances, they run low for Korea. In the brand new game mode, the brand new design, maybe the old heads just don't have the adaptation that they needed, but China is coming out supreme. The adaptation onto the Reaper has been everything. And for the second time, they get a mercy rule on Team Korea.
Team China looking strong back-to-back versus Korea. They fell down to Japan 1-4, and I asked, who looked better against Japan? Was it Korea or was it China? And I do agree that in their games against Japan, Korea, particularly in the later rounds, it looked stronger. But China, the teamwork was available in the earlier rounds before Finn start to level away from them. China had some pretty good looks, and now China seemingly finding their stride, finding the composition that works for them. Off the back of the Zarya Reaper, has moved into a strong position and a strong look. But guess what? Japan has been lying awake for 2 matches in a row, watching and waiting, seeing the development of China and how they progressed. This Reaper look now is gonna be where China might lock in against Japan for the final. Play the match going the way of MADA in that very defining Zarya that he's played every single game now to quite good success, even when they lost versus Japan.
Yeah, great stuff coming through. MADA really is playing kind of like an opposite Zarya to what we're seeing from Ryan over on Team Japan, right? Which is a very supportive Zarya, mostly hanging back, not taxing the heals, allowing Tayo and Finn to do some very aggressive plays. Meanwhile, MADA just getting in there, going for the solo grab. It kind of feels like MADA is playing to just be the alpha tank. Everything is being put into just decimating the other Zarya or whatever runner is playing at the time. And I think playing that large anti-tank bruiser style could allow them to get a leg up on Ryan, who's saving a lot of their resources for their Giga carries.
Yeah, I mean, even buying one of the items, 3-tap Tommy gun, which means that when you use an ability, your next 3 instances of weapon damage deal additional damage equal to 3% of target's life. And if he's mostly targeting runner, that's basically 9% of your opponent's life gone after using a bubble just on your electric damage alone. Because of the attack speed of your beam, you can deal those 3 instances of 3% life each for a total of 9 quite quickly.
Disgusting.
As you can see, you don't need to build that much weapon damage on your Zarya. The energy will carry you through. You just need to make sure that you're getting enough damage and building enough energy to make that count. Let's look at some choice words from MADA now after that match in a post-match interview.
Of course, opening up with a congratulations on the victory for MADA.
赢了这场比赛，有什么感想吗？
You just won the match 3-0. Have you got any immediate thoughts?
都打得很惨，所以我们下来就调整了很多。然后我觉得韩国队这次也不是就是非常厉害的阵容嘛，因为有几个嘉宾在里面，所以是算是运气比较好。
우선 일본 팀에게 져서 그래서 더욱 열심히 한 것 같고요. 한국 팀도 너무 잘하셔서 그렇게 쉽게 이긴 경기는 아니었던 것 같습니다.
오, 쉽게 이긴 경기는 아니었지만 정말 최선을 다했다라고 말씀 들어봤습니다. 완급 조절이 완벽한
Response here from MADA. After losing to the Japanese team, I worked harder. Certainly was putting in some work, and it wasn't easy because it was a Korean team. It wasn't easy, but we did mercy roll them twice in a row.
스타디움 자리야 운영 꿀팁 들어볼 수 있을까요?
因为你和士兵的默契特别好，对此有什么想法吗？
Certainly, know how the Zarya hero that Nico said was good.
练了很多啊，所以默契好挺正常的。
연습을 많이 해서
Colloquially asking for some tips again.
좋고 또 솔저랑 더 연습을 많이 했기 때문에
Or how to play with a Reaper.
더 좋은 경기였던 것 같습니다.
네, 좋은 경기를 펼쳐주셨는데 이제는 우승만이 남았습니다. 파이널에
And the answer here, it seems like the teamwork was good because of the practice, which makes sense. We've heard multiple times about how much Team China have been practicing. since getting to Korea. They're in the WDG studio at Hongdae.
我觉得我们很难拿第一，因为毕竟几个 OW 要在那儿的，就是能走到这里挺开心了。
일본 팀이 너무 강해서.
Now all that's left to win, but is there any special ceremony if you win? And he said it's going to be very difficult to win because they have some OWCS players on the other team.
아직 몰라요.
We'll be
숨겨놓은
very glad if we do.
저력이 있을지도 모릅니다. 자, 그렇다면
Can't open notice, no ceremony, question mark?
들어보고 일본 팀에게 한마디 보내주십시오.
下一场比赛就是要和日本了嘛，想听一下你的决心。
Next question is asking for a word to the Japanese team.
决心吗？就是都被打成这样了，也没什么决心，就是尽力就好。
有什么话想对日本队说吗？
下手勤一点吧。
열심히 연습했던 만큼 최선을 다해서 경기를 할 거고요. 일본 팀에게는 좀 살살 했으면 좋겠습니다.
일본 팀 살살 해달라.
Says I'll do my best in the game as much as I practiced.
라고 말씀해 주셨습니다. 저도 응원 보내도록 할게요. 짜요. 짜요 짜요.
Please be a little weaker in the final.
마지막 경기.
Get thin on Arisa right now. All right. Finals will be Team Japan versus Team China coming up on your screens real soon. Don't go anywhere. This is the Overwatch 2 Stadium Asia Streamer Showdown.
After back-to-back 3-0 Mercy Rule enacted wins from Team China over Team Korea, it's time for the grand finals here at the Overwatch 2 Stadium Asia Streamer Showdown. Team Japan versus Team China.
Oh, Team Japan, they looked so strong early on. They've been able to wait in the wings as Team China easily swept aside Team Korea. As you said, 6-0 in overall maps. Mercy ruled twice. Team China, they finally found their speed, and it seems to be let MADA go press W, baby.
I think nothing's going to change too much from either team here. We've seen what the best of China and Japan have to offer, and if anything from that opening game is to show, Japan got that one 4-1. But I tell you what, China has learned some lessons since then. They've changed up their composition, found a little bit more of what works, moved towards the Reaper, moved away from the Mei, and the team is looking much stronger. I think this developed Team China squad, after learning those lessons, might be able to put up a good fight now against Japan.
Yeah, I think that they've definitely had their time. Like, they talked about how much they practiced. Now they're getting some real team time, figuring out just where the meta's lying. Obviously, like, they quickly acquiesced that, you know what, this Kuroko character, they're pretty good. We're going to move away from the Moira test that was done early against Team Japan. So I'm willing to go into this with a blank slate, thinking, you know what, Team China are coming into this pretty strong now, and they've managed to figure out their composition. They're not going to be running the Moira orbs anymore. This could be a lot closer than our first game, where they did actually take a round off of Team Japan as well.
Yeah, got it in the earlier rounds as well, so they were able to sort of find an opportunity before things started to heat up a little too far. And too far, looks like Finn ending things on 60k net worth, roughly 10 ahead of just about everyone else in the server, which is something that can happen once you just get into a ridiculous snowball. I think Finn actually ended even the first round, if memory serves correct. Was it 17 or 19k that he ended? It was something extreme like that, which, like, that is some of the most that I've ever seen any player individually end on.
Yeah. Generational wealth. My Rockefeller Finn. Hashtag Zeta win. Unfortunately, we might be a little late for that.
19,249. Excuse me. That is I don't think I've seen someone end with that much after one round before. It's actually unbelievable.
Yeah, it was oh wow, that Finn art goes crazy. Big fan of that. And the awesome kanji on the foreground as well. But we've got some very talented artists in the crowd today.
If you look very closely in the background, you'll see a very steady Eddie and a Kalios right next to him.
He's so steady. Well, I'm charmed. Finn, I do believe it's actually named after the Adventure Time character from the.
I believe so, actually. Yeah.
The brief lore. I think that was alluded to in some San Francisco shop content back in the day. So paying some homage to that. A lot of Finn fans. Obviously, during the interviews we did here, that a lot of the Team Korea fans were cheering for Team Japan on account of Finn, I believe, being half Korean, half Japanese.
I was like the stream in Japanese, of course. And he's on a Japanese org for OWC as Zeta Division, as one of the premier Japanese organizations in esports, generally speaking. We'll be excited to see how things move for Team Japan in terms of where their comp goes. Does Tai end up playing the cast here? Is going to move towards the Genji again? The Genji look was actually pretty damn strong. Let's get ready for it. The finals. We're heading in. It's Team Japan versus Team China. What are we locked in for? A Junkrat! It's real!
Oh, the Junkrat, it's real. And live in game right now, if you want to go and give it a go, I guess just go big weapon power. Let me quickly check what that power do.
Yeah,
what that power do? Frag launch has a 25%
chance to launch an extra projectile that deals 66% reduced damage.
A Gamba
so just
mechanic.
The pure spam. Kinda.
Nico loves a Gamba.
It does throw in a lot of it's a raw DPS increase. You do enjoy those?
Yeah. Jamlee going down the soldier biotic field route. I'm not a huge fan of it. I'm not gonna lie. But I believe that's frontliners. Allies in range of your biotic field gain over health equal to 25% of your max life for 3 seconds.
Typically, he's actually gone for the double helix start, so that's interesting he hasn't done that this time around, but Nico's here to have a full bit of fun. I will remind everyone that this is just a single game. We're not playing a best of 3 or anything. You win this, you win. So Nico's going to really try and make the Junkrat work for this one. This could be a little bit of struggle. China is not changing anything in terms of their compositions, just keeping it nice and simple. Players move back over towards the cast. No Genji, but it's really Finn, the big carry that looks off in the first game. In fact, every single game is the one to watch.
Okay, Finn's returned as well, going back to a freely targetable Swift Step rather than the clone early on. Whoa, Creed and 9 duo instantly combining for 4 kills. I believe that they're tracking Finn in the back, manages to get them. Jamlee with a chase down. China looking strong.
I think the reason Finn likes to go for the targetable Swift Step or anywhere you want to TP is just the capability to A, stay alive, and B, move around the map with freedom and get the flanks going, find angles, you can find the headshots. Here's a really interesting duel, but it's going to get interrupted by the clone of all people, and the clone actually gets a melee kill.
That's a rarity. Also, next time you see Tayo on your screen, check out the classic magenta crosshair. From the times long past, it was forged from Mithril in the dwarven caverns of Minas Tirith. Or rather of Khazad Dûm, pardon me. Minas Tirith actually in Gondor.
You saved yourself there, don't worry. Lord of the Rings fans, the Tolkien hands won't come to your head just yet.
I will be putting out a protracted apology.
He's about to win it. They got it. I think they got it. Barely. No, there's a touch. There isn't. Finn just too late to get in there. A grab on the high ground to prevent anyone from moving in. We got a first round going the way of China. That will certainly slow down any sort of momentum for not just Japan overall, but notably for Finn, who went down a couple times there. In fact, didn't even get the player of the match, the MVP, I should say, was Nico. I think MVPs typically get awarded based on stats, could be on KD, but Nico would have been able to, off the back of just spamming, particularly with that power that gives you extra RNG grenades, the most damage.
I mean, let's also think about what Nico playing Junkrat does to the overall game plan for China, which is MADA go W, and how are you ever not going to have full energy as a Zarya going up against a Junkrat in Stadium? You are never going to be missing out on that. Already a full set of items for MADA has brought up a collection of greens.
You might even want to consider the energy perk early now, the one that gives you up to 125, considering you're probably going to get a lot of energy. The downside is you're likely to get your shield broken more often than you'd like, but you're going to deal a lot of damage, so there is that. Well, 61.8 versus 55k, so cheeky little nearly 7k difference here with 3 bounties on board.
Lots to be earned here. Notably, this is actually the, I believe this was the map that got taken off of Japan last time when Japan managed to pick up their 1. I think that was down to 9duo's early pick onto Finn, who was playing up on one of his areas. Nico, though, is going to make entering this zone super hard, though. The frag launcher. Oh, Tayo being picked up early. 9duo is getting so much value out of the flank. Honestly, the swap over onto the Reaper here from 9duo has been generational for Team China. They've been feasting off the back of these Hellfire shotguns.
Nico's got one back onto Creed, so there's at least going to be a slight turnaround, but the point looks like it will go the way of China. Finn, the last one alive. He is going to get away with his life. That's the good news about being able to TP anywhere you want. Nico saved by a bubble. Going to force 9duo back, but on the back end, Muzi finds a straight headshot that's going to leave Finn with a late respawn.
All right, mini grab ready to go once again as well. Pulls players into the line of fire. Ryan still up to 100 charge, and even playing more of a supportive Zarya, you still got to fear the Reaper that the Zarya becomes with 100 energy.
Let's see how the builds diverge in our third round, but MADA and Ryan, at least for the time being, have basically the same build to begin with. MADA going down, he will cause some problems. Tank advantage going the way of Japan. I believe that will also be a bounty picked up.
And big catch early there onto the teleporting Reaper as well. YamatoN managed to go too far elsewhere. Jamlee's managed to pick up 2, and Finn's under siege in the back. Yeah, they managed to pick up Creed, but 9duo is still again third-partying this. But the rate of fire is so high right now. Ryan can't stand up to this one. 9duo might be able to do it all by themselves. MADA has made it back, but the remainder of Team China have already fallen away, and we're just so close to the Japanese spawn. I believe I hear a Riptire approaching right now. 9duo caught on the back end of their TP. The zoning power was strong. Jamlee manages to grab that one, but feels like Japan just have too much of an advantage when it comes to their spawns here.
Yeah, typically, like we do see in Clash of Old, this point will always be defender-sided. It is capable over the attacking side, but you do have to get quite a decent advantage. I'm not too sure Muzi really wants to be this deep and is going to get punished for it. Received a bubble for help, but you want to be able to reset into a 5 versus 5 for midpoint, and some mistakes here critically from Team China to leave them 2 members down.
Yeah, a bit of a tactical feed, unfortunately. Too far forward, unable to get a clean disengage, and now you are having to siege into the Junkrat. Trying to get through these chokes against that frag launcher can be so difficult. 9duo hops on in, ready to go, with so much overwhelming force, though. An attempt to maybe try and force an Ajax. Bubble comes through to make sure that their Blossom gets its value. Rolling forward, Finn super low. Right clicks here from Tayo. Look at that crosshair. It's an absolute flashbang of pink. My eyes are going to be stained for a generation. But China are leaving a blood stain on the floor that was previously Team Japan, and they grabbed themselves a 2-0.
And a lead as well, not just a 2-0, but a situation that didn't really find themselves in the opening Japan match. Maybe Japan evening things out a little bit by changing their composition to, I respect it, make it a little bit more fun. He is putting themselves into a very warmed up and a very reinvigorated China squad that's found themselves a nice combination of heroes. Let's see where these builds develop now. It's going to be Big Bang for Nico, picked up with his secondary power. Frag launcher shot bounces, projectile size increased by 33%, which works well. The 2 frag, 2 furious, because the extra 25% additional frags will also have their, after bouncing, of course, projectile size increased.
Yeah, that's highly valuable. I'm looking to see where MADA pivots with their second here. As we said before, the 150 energy, or even the piercing beam could be pretty good. We're going to go for a pre-workout. Okay, so a lot more staying power for MADA. This means you gain weapon lifesteal and ability lifesteal, which isn't quite as relevant. But you gain weapon lifesteal up to 15% of your energy. And given that MADA's kind of building into their weapon power a little bit here, already has the Phasmic Flux for great overall survivability, it's going to be very difficult to try and take down a high energy Zarya. They're just going to be healing so much from their own primary fire.
Muzi went for epic item to increase healing of Fuda speed 100%. Creed already coming through with Jamlee on. Actually, 3 of them went for Phantasmal Flux. The Zarya of MADA included. So a very safe opening epic that you really can do no wrong with. Finn will always be following the same build that we've seen time and time again. And he'll need to be the big carry now to step things up. He is barely holding as the lead in the server on highest net worth, but as a reminder, in our first game that we saw with Japan versus China, Finn was already like a lot ahead. This time around, he gets Creed down, Tayo getting MADA, and it's a Japan lead.
Yeah, the second that Finn's on that off angle as well, just so much space is made from how much of a threat you have to be. It's going to be their clone there taking down Muzi as Kiriko's come from both sides onto a third Kiriko. Oh, it's disgusting. Look at it. Wake up, honey. New man-made horrors beyond our comprehension just dropped.
Don't worry, he'll hit headshots. I was going to say he'll hit headshots just fine, but there we go. One of them hit. One of them has indeed found target. How does he do it with that crosshair?
He's just nasty, man.
He's also on his screen. You don't see it, but on his screen, the heads are also bigger.
Oh, makes sense. However, 2 supports in their face, going up against the Kiriko. Yeah, he's got a pretty big head himself, I'm not going to lie about that one. Muzi disengages, summons a brand new clone to add to the collection, and now it's time for MADA to roll on forward. 80 energy, a Graviton surge. Oh, it's the same thing again. You are learning what Runner learned so painfully. Rion finds out that solo grab does go crazy.
Actually, I'm not too sure if the defensive sound barrier came through, but the offensive one certainly did. We've got by Creed to support MADA. Now, I'll figure out when YamatoN's POV comes back if that ends up being used or not. Might not even have it, actually. But Finn taken down a clone early enough. A couple flankers. Nope, it's actually just Finn with his clone flanking, causing a few problems in the back line.
Finn's lost the Kiriko economy lead as well, which might be very interesting here. Oh, Finn. You can't do it to him, Finn. This again? It feels like this happens every single time. Bro's just so devious. He's getting his licks in. Free push on the cart. And this was with essentially a wild fight coming from China as well. Here comes the cavalry.
Oh, he snuck in so many extra meters. And look, how do you even punish him right now? They try and find it, but they just can't. It's so difficult. And despite China kind of winning that fight, they're going to get no progress out of that one. So it's just sneaky business, but playing the objective for Finn is what will get you the win.
All right, 9-2 doing their best to play rear guard on the bot here. Oh, that's a nasty flashbang. Cannot fade out of that one. The Wraith Walk, it does nothing. MADA's got no HP to try and survive this one. China falling apart at the seams when faced with the magenta crosshair of doom.
Now, this is where things are getting a little wild. Time's going to run out here. One final push to come on in. There won't be a touch. Just too far away for the respawns as Tayo cleaned everybody up. Japan bounces back. We knew this one was going to get more interesting. It already got interesting given that China had that 2-0 to start with, which is something they didn't get first time around versus Japan.
Time to face off in control.
Yeah, seemed like getting that second perk, getting the clone on deck. That's the spike for Finn, who is only 200 ahead in terms of stadium cash from their counterpart. But YamatoN managed to walk away there with the MVP. So they're going to be getting a little bit of a bump in the stadium cash. We've outlined before that we're not huge fans of Lucio getting the MVP. Usually you want to get that extra cash on a more carry-worthy hero.
Maybe your conduit picked up for Finn here, the second purple item. Prevent 15% of incoming damage instead of take that prevented damage over 3 seconds. So going a little bit defensive here. Typically, I think we see Finn play a lot more offensive. Ammo being picked up there, you can see, for Nico's Junkrat. And the other side, starting to see a lot more utility for the side of Muzi. Creed's on double purples here at the moment. And the new one, I believe, was Lumerica Fusion Drive. Using ability to restore 50 armor or shields over 2 seconds. So, one more defensive ones coming on through. Finn's now starting to get away with this. You can start to see based on the money. 31.2. Muzi's done a lot, though, on the other side, mind you.
Yeah. Muzi's playing it a lot more conservative, you know. Doesn't have the free-forming teleport with the Swift Step. Instead, just sticking to the team. Still has the clone, but also has the Tuzu. Try and do a little bit more peeling. What? Oh, that's only a Kiriko. I got again, Avril. Curses. Drat.
Won't be the last one. I think there'll be one more for you here. There we go. Another Kiriko clone down. I'm doing my best to catch up. Clone and clone action next up.
And then another clone. Oh boy. My actual kill feed pollution. Can we get the EPA on this? Local laws, maybe an ordinance? All right, running them down with the soldier. Jamlee getting involved there. That was yet another Kiriko clone, by the way. And MADA just doing their best to survive here against Rion. Gets up to 73 energy, which is not bad heading into the next fight.
Got a lot of ult charge though. That's the thing. We're going to see a potentially quite quick grab coming on through, which he is not afraid to just kind of pull out into the opposing Zarya. The clone spam is keeping things interesting here in terms of targets for China to shoot.
Yep, still got that practice range going. It's a practice range just like Slack though. That's a big grab. Oh my goodness. MADA delivers on that one, and the Muzi's there with the cleanup. Nasty stuff. This is the Zarya carry we were talking about. This is what got Team Korea double mercied.
Yeah, that is the thing as well. Previously for Japan, Ryan was not quite on the carry side. Others are even in that Japan versus China game. Ryan falling waywardly to the power that MADA was able to bring in the Zarya mirror. You can see the difference is about 6k in net worth between MADA and Ryan, but much more, it is the power of Tayo and Finn. Ryan's down early. YamatoN doesn't quite get a save.
Yeah, can be saved by that Sound barrier. Nico has no idea, but the Reaper is here. That seems personal. I'm not gonna lie. Yep, last fight, one player over here. Of course, it's going to be Finn, still playing within the Kitsune Rush. So it's going to be teleport after teleport coming on through. Swift steps are resetting real fast, and that means the clones are coming through real fast as well. And now it's going to be the Lucio on deck. Finn finally taken down. The true Finn, the master of illusions, has been punched in the head by China, who get themselves a third round.
Now, this is now match point found for China, 3-1. This is going to be a potential look at a 4-1 finish if China can just clean it up. 40k apiece for our MVPs between Finn and MADA do look like, by the way, currently the most dangerous players on their respective teams. Finn, we've seen how oppressive this Kiriko has been before, but his team is kind of falling around him. And despite what Finn is capable of doing on his lonesome, it is still a team game, and if you're consistently down teammates, you're not going to have too much fun here. So, can Finn do enough to carry as we move into our 5th round, and you can start picking up your extra powers now? Ryan needs to be able to hold his own, staying alive a lot more. We need to see some more damage support coming through from Nico and Tayo to get these trades as well, such that it's not just Ryan falling every single fight.
Yeah, Finn going to have a lot more carry potential off the back of a cooldown reduction. That's going to be coming from headshots now, courtesy of the new perk picked up. Ryan needs to pick their 3rd perk here. Maybe a little bit reticent.
We did see Rip Roll come through for Nico, which allows him to enter his own Riptide, by the way, 20% ultimate reduction cost, and he gets launched out of his Riptide when it explodes, which, by the way, launches you upwards in the sky, and that can combo with a couple of other powers and
no limits here for MADA as well. Or 55% weapon power, and going up against a Junkrat with no charge. I'm officially afraid of MADA right now.
He knows
he
he's
may
in a
have just
power
become
position.
Thanos.
He knows he's in a power position to potentially carry this one through, and he's not afraid to show it. So right now, he's the dangerous player that has to be concerning for the side of Japan to work against. I found out the hard way, trust me. I've tried to play Junkrat, and if the other team has Azari and you're just feeding energy over, it's a tough potential game to play into. So Finn better be on big carry potential here, maybe even Tayo. Bring us to at least another round. Remember, we're at match point now. This is do or die for Japan.
Yeah, after such early power spikes, it looked like Japan might be unbeatable. Finn on the main. Arza's a division flex support rolling through with their, this is so aggressive. What was bro thinking? Did he think that was his team? I don't know. Oh, that was a little bit wild, bro. A little bit quirky.
He needs a bubble.
Somewhat ill-informed.
He needs a bubble at least. Get a little bit of help from Ryan. I could see the vision there. He wants to get in for some cheeky headshots, but just needs the team support to get that done. Unfortunately, he ends up kind of just running into all 5 there and face-checking them. And with that early kill, your best player down as well, Japan will cop a extremely large teamfight loss. Now China only need 1 more point on this clash from Hanooka to take away the grand final.
Yeah, 1 point between China and the crown. They would love to grab it after losing to Japan earlier on. Kiriko, the clone falls down. Finn, once again, getting chased down. And that's going to be Velucio coming in as well. Yet another clone claimed. And that's going to be MADA on the chase. Oh, no, not able to convert on the right click. Oh, the fan, the hammer doesn't get it done. That's going to be a quick bubble coming through still. Tayo falls on down. And it seems like China, they are just absolutely domineering this point right now. A retake coming through. Sound barrier met by Sound barrier. The second one going the way of China. Overwhelmed here is Ryan. MADA just has so much energy to work with. That's going to be a personal riptide delivered. Nico got the main target, yes, but China still have 4 players to try and work with, and no one from Japan can touch. That's going to be China claiming the event.
My goodness, they actually done it. Japan got caught napping. They changed things up a little bit. Had a little bit of a break as they waited for the back-to-back Team China versus Team Korea matches, and using that time, China warmed up, the engines ready to go. Tires hot as they get into pole position to finish us out 4-1. Look, Japan had their own 4-1 twice in a row. They looked unbeatable. Finn was looking like he was going to be the MVP of the entire show today. Team China really brought that back with force. Man, they got 2-0 to start things out with and only a single round in response from Korea in the final.
Unbelievable. Like, the adaptation just went great. 9-duo got some really big value on the Reaper in so many of those matches as well, but what a superstar MADA was. I mean, to be fair, sometimes you get a little bit of an assist from your enemy picking Junkrat, so thanks for that one. And 9-duo is going to be walking away with our player of the match here. That's acceptable. Like, 9-duo was getting a lot done. Like, we had a bunch of clutches on the Reaper as well. I believe we almost saw an entire 5k towards the end of a Temple of Anubis. So I'm a big fan of this one. The 9-duo pivot to Reaper really changed around China's fortunes.
Yeah, I mean, in the actual game itself, but also just generally over the arc of our entire one-day tournament here. The change from the Mei onto the Reaper, super impactful. Kind of said it early, none of the Meis really impressed that much. The Meis were kind of an annoyance to deal with at most, and outside of some cheeky headshots on the right clicks that 9-duo was able to find versus Finn earlier on in that opening game, on that, the Mei kind of fell off, so the change to the Reaper overall in the past 3 games finals included has just been a little bit more than what Japan was ready to deal with. So a big shutdown here in terms of 9-duo, putting the pressure onto Ryan, because you see these solo kills coming in, but even beyond that, the fact that MADA was already a bit of a carry Zarya, outplaying the other 2 tanks we had in this one-day tournament between Runner and Ryan. I think you pair that with bubbles on a Reaper, and the Reaper putting extra pressure on the Zarya, and you just have a huge tank gap being created that China can then take advantage of.
Yeah, absolutely massive performances. I agree. Like, the tank gap seemed crazy, but also credit to Muzi as well, pivoting over onto the Kiriko. Finn never got that far ahead in economy. At multiple points, Muzi was ahead in economy, and when Finn finally started to get rolling, Muzi was still there within like 1k in terms of like the differential. And compare that to like MADA versus Ryan, MADA was like at some point like 8k ahead, like an entire purple item ahead of their counterpart, which is a wild Zarya economy gap.
Yeah, I believe we end at about 42k, 42.1 for Finn as the highest in his team, but ended with a couple members of the other team higher. Muzi was higher at 44, just by about 2k, and MADA as well at 43.5, so about 1.5, 1.4k ahead of Finn. And for sure, that ended up being quite the tank gap, as it was about 11,000 ahead between MADA and Ryan and the rest of the team, as we kind of saw from Finn. One player won't win you the game, although that kind of did happen in the first game. This time around, one player isn't going to be able to win you the game. And with that, Team China, the superior teamwork will come on through as we'll head over to the winners' interviews.
3위, 2위, 1위 순으로 시상을 진행해 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 먼저 3위 팀에 대한 시상을 진행하겠습니다. 3위를 차지한 팀 코리아입니다.
Our third place award to begin with to Team Korea.
박수로 맞이해 주시기 바라겠습니다.
That blaze is gorgeous, by the way. I love that color.
이번 동아시아 스트리머 대전 3위를 차지한 팀 코리아에게는
$15,000. Not bad for third place.
자, 앞에 보시면서 포토 타임도 한번 갖도록 하겠고요.
And some decent rounds in there. A few struggles. We got to see the ryujehong Ana at least one time. Got to see Tobi Lucio every game, which is always a treat. Alright, we'll head to the third place interview.
좀 어떠셨어요? 소감 좀 말씀해 주세요.
오늘 또 스타디움 이벤트 매치도 한 종일 진행을 하면서 또 오버워치 2의 또 색다른 면모를 또 본 것 같습니다. 그리고 이제 중국 팀
The question here, please tell us how you feel about receiving the Medal of Honor. This, of course, also directed towards Medal of Honor.
오늘 겐지 플레이를 굉장히 오랜만에 보여주셨어요.
네.
좀 어떠셨어요?
저 리퍼하고 싶어졌어요.
So she says it was fun to see a different game in which everyone seems to have prepared hard.
마지막으로 팬분들께 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
또 오늘 또 찾아주신 모든 분들 그리고 또 시청해
They said, I wanted to be Reaper.
감사드리고요.
Did someone intervene?
고맙습니다. 명훈님에게 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Finally, a word to the fans.
자, 다음으로 이제 울프님과 이야기를 나눠볼 텐데, 울프님 소감 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
He says, I thank everyone who watched, and I will come back with a better image on my personal broadcast as well.
Now, check out the Medal of Honor streams.
열심히 했습니다.
Next up, talking to Wolf. Please tell us your thoughts. General question.
너무 즐겁게 게임을 했었고요. 아무래도
정통 오버워치보다는 좀 여러 가지 빌드나 이런 거를 구성하는 재미가 또 있었어가지고 네, 굉장히 재밌게 했던 것 같습니다.
아 그렇군요. 카메라
Wolf responds, but I had so much fun today, but I'm sorry for showing my shortcomings.
감사하고요. 저희 더 열심히 해서 다음에 또 이런 기회가 주어진다면 다음에는 꼭 두드려 펴보겠습니다. 울프 선수에게 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Then asked for thoughts on Stadium. Wolf responded it was a different kind of fun than regular Overwatch 2, and finally asked for a word to the fans.
지금 생각이 잘 안 나요. 너무 두들겨 맞아가지고. 진짜 자리야 할 때 옆에 쳐다보면.
This is I'll participate in this opportunity again next time. Please look forward to it. And a question of Runner for his thoughts as well.
Runner responds, I've been through so much that I can't remember. I was so scared of Reaper and Zarya. Relatable, bud. If I was face down with the MADA Zarya and the 9-duo Reaper, I might also pee my pants.
제가 펀치 디바 준비했는데 펀치가 파워가 아예 없었어요. 진짜 밉습니다 블리자드 진짜.
Next question is, I saw you practicing, and it seems like a shame that D.Va was nerfed.
만약에 디바가 너프가 안 됐다면 오늘 경기 좀 달라졌을 거다.
그죠 이게 뽀록 자폭이 맛있어요.
아, 태연이의 격발기.
He said he practiced D.Va a lot, and it's a shame.
아무것도 못하고 죽거든요. 그거 보여주려고 그랬는데
That could have been our D.Va Warlord.
아쉽게 됐습니다. 다음번에 진짜 기대 많이 하도록.
I don't know how D.Va would have wanted to win to Zarya anyway, so maybe
Yeah.
팬분들께 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
If she had been nerfed, I would have won. I wanted to show it with nerf this.
진짜 이런 기회 있으면은 그때
of course one of the big D.Va nerfs was in the self-destruct.
승리하신 우리 일본 팀.
There used to be a self-destruct build that had extreme range where you could just catch players off, but I think they nerfed that one quite significantly and finally went to the fans. He says, I'm so sorry for losing, I want to show a better side next time. And he says, I think both Japan and China are doing well.
저는 사실 토비 선수가 좀 더 익숙하기 때문에 토비 선수 오늘 좀 어떠셨어요?
이제 스타디움으로 팀 게임을 해본 게 처음이었는데.
Next up is Toby for our interview. Asking Toby, how are your feelings today?
그 인터뷰 영상에서도 봤듯이 재용이 형이 참가하게 됐습니다라는 이야기가 있었어요. 오늘 같이 좀 게임을 굉장히 오랜만에 한 걸로 알고 있는데 어떠셨어요?
Toby weighs in, says it's been a while since I played a team game, so I felt a different kind of fun.
옛날 생각나고 좋았습니다.
Certainly nice to see Toby duoing with ryujehong again.
이야기하시는 것 같은데 그 향수를 기억하시고 현장에 정말 많은 분들이 와주셨어요. 그리고 시청하고 계신 팬분들께도 마지막으로 한 말씀 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다.
On that, the next question was, how did it feel to play a game with ryujehong after a long time?
응원해주신 팬분들 정말 감사드리고 초청해준 이제 블리자드도 정말 감사하고
Toby responded, it brought back old memories. It was so good. I'm right there with you, bud.
Word to the fans, and he says, although the result was disappointing, thank you so much for watching.
하나만 더 여쭤볼게요, 토비 선수. 만약에 다음번에도 이런 기회가 있다면은 그때도 참가하실 의향이 있으신가요?
네, 저는 뭐 불러만 주신다면 더.
Said I did it with ryujehong, but the result was disappointing. And then, do you plan to participate again next time? And he says, I will definitely participate next time.
마지막 류재홍 선수와 인터뷰를 나눠보도록 하겠습니다.
Look forward
I
to
will
seeing
do
that.
it even without ryujehong.
Even when we vote kick ryujehong, I will be there. Next question is to ryujehong. Please tell us how you felt today.
요원이 많으면 훨씬 더 재밌을 것 같거든요.
영웅들이 지금 약간 좀 적다.
네.
조금 더 추가가 돼야 된다.
ryujehong responds, it was so much fun. I wish they added other heroes too.
해주세요.
Your Anna's right there, bud.
Which ones? All the heroes he plays is in the game, right? Is in the stadium right now.
어차피 세미파이널에서
He wants Winston in here, you know.
역시 안 되겠더라고요. 괜히 좀 오기를 부렸던 것 같고.
Anna Kiriko, what are you thinking today?
재밌었죠. 이겼으면 더
He
재밌을
said,
것 같아요.
Anna wasn't that great. I did kind of get run over a little bit.
That's what I'm saying, brother.
It's alright, I got the build. I'll share it.
Yeah,
He says, Kiriko was fun. It would have been better if we won, but it was still good.
올린다고 했는데 그걸 못 지켜드려서 죄송하고요. 일단은 오늘 시청해주시고 현장에 와주신 팬 여러분들께 정말 감사하다는 말씀 드리고 싶고.
A word to the fans here. ryujehong apologizes, saying, I'm sorry I couldn't raise Korea's status. Thank you to everyone who came to the studio and watched.
큰 박수 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 이렇게 해서 팀 코리아와 인터뷰를 나눠봤고요. 3위를 차지하면서 이번 대회 마무리하게 됐습니다.
I'm sorry again.
뜨거운 박수 부탁드립니다.
Somber ending to our third place interview there for Team Korea, walking away with their $15,000. We'll now have our second place interview.
3위 시상을 끝마쳤고요. 이제 2위 시상을 진행해 보도록 하겠습니다. 이번 오버워치 스타디움 동아시아 스트리머 대전 2위를 차지한 팀입니다. 팀 자편입니다.
Our second place team, Team Japan, now taking the stage.
Some would argue this kind of went like the opposite of power rankings in terms of where teams ended up placing. $15,000 for second place as well.
앞에 보면서 카메라 버터 타임. 오케이. 예.
Getting their official photo taken.
간단하게 좀 이야기를 좀 나눠볼 텐데요. 먼저 니코 선수 소감 좀 물어보고 싶은데요. 소감이 어떤지?
고소감 오네가이시마스.
니코.
On a question for Nico.
니코 여기 있어요. 니코.
고소감 오네가이시마스.
Nico, please tell us your thoughts.
いやー今回ねちょっと優勝するつもりで来たんですけど最後負けちゃってめっちゃ悔しいです
오늘 우승하러 왔는데 마지막에 져버려서 정말 아쉽습니다.
정크렛에 대한 생각을 좀 듣고 싶은데 정크렛 어땠는지 한번
I wanted to win today, but it's a shame that I lost in the end.
ジャンクレットについてちょっと聞きたいのですが。
そうですね相手がラッシュ
What do you think about Junkrat is the next question. I'm sure Nico has some very fueled thoughts about this one.
まあジャンクで行くかってなってそこがちょっと今回の範囲でしたね
상대편이 다 대시
상대편이 막 들어오니까
들어오는
그런 부분들 때문에 많이 힘겨웠다.
픽을 메이랑 정크렛 중에 고민을 하고 있었는데 이제 그 중에서 이제 정크렛을 택하게 되었는데 생각보다 힘들었다고 합니다.
그렇군요.
So, what do you think about Junkrat?
부탁드리겠습니다.
최근에 환노 미나산이 조금 오네가이시마스.
It's like an extended
He
answer.
says, I was thinking about it with May because it was a combination that was close to the opponent, but it was a bit disappointing.
Next, 타이어. 예, 소감 한번 들어보도록 하겠습니다.
고시오카 오네가이시마스.
まあ
Okay, Tayo, please tell us your thoughts.
珍しいメンバーで戦えたのがすごい嬉しかったです
비록 지긴 했지만 자주 보지 못하는 이런 멤버로 이렇게 싸울 수 있게 되어서 아주 기뻤다고 하십니다.
그렇군요. 이렇게 팀 결성되는 게 사실 쉽지가 않은데 이런 대회를 통해서 함께 합을 맞출 수 있어서 너무 좋았다라고 또 이렇게 타이오 선수가 또 이야기를 했습니다. 오늘 경기 펼치면서 겐지, 캐서디 이렇게 두 개의 영웅을 플레이했는데
Says, tell us your thoughts, and he says, even though we lost, it was fun to be with teammates we don't get to see often.
ピックさせていただいたゲンジとキャサディについてちょっと聞きたいのですが。
The next question is, what do you think about Genji and Cassidy today? Two iconic heroes for Tayo, certainly.
겐지는 좀 캐리를 보여드렸는데 캐서디는 그렇지 못했던 것 같아서 좀 더 연습해가지고 분발해서 다음 기회가 있다면 또 대회에서 멋진 모습 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
그렇군요. 아니 사실 오늘 우승을 하게 되면은 캐서디 그 세레머니 하겠다고 아까 인터뷰를 했던 걸로 기억하는데.
Answers that the Genji was good, but Cassidy seems to need more practice. Definitely not a tighter crosshair. We need a bigger crosshair to make those heads bigger.
本当はしたかったんですけれども負けちゃったんでまた次回にお預けです
그거 사실은 너무 하고 싶었는데
I heard that if you win today, you were going to show a ceremony.
오케이, 잠깐만요. 여러분들
Can't believe he lost just to dodge the ceremony. That's unfortunate. He says, I really wanted to do it, but I lost, so I can't show it to you.
한 번 더 큰 소리 원하십니까?
Come on, do the Genji thing again.
Okay.
Do the roar.
And us says, do you want to see it? There it is.
Let's go.
Oh, little combat roll into a fan the hammer. Dropped both his glasses and his phone, as is standard for a Cassidy.
타이어 선수에게 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
And then saying thank you.
리온.
はいはいはいはい。
아, 소감 좀 부탁드리겠습니다.
感想お願いします。
生きてる時間より死んでる時間の方が長かったです。めちゃめちゃ強かったです。
Asking for thoughts from a tank
아,
player.
잘안 들렸나요?
Ryan?
아, 그러면 한 번 더. 리온, 통역사분에게 여기
生きてる時間より死んでる時間の方が長かったです。
아, 살아있던 시간보다 죽어있던 시간이 더 길었던 것 같습니다.
무슨 소리예요, 리온? 아니 그런 이야기를, 그런 거 아니었는데 사실 그 전까지 계속
Seems like I've been dead longer than I've been alive. It was a bit of a rough game, I will be honest. Yeah, it's a rough one. That's crazy.
いや、俺いましたかね。
Really felt like I had solo kill Lucio for a while. Next question is, what do you think about Zaya today?
Good job, 리온.
Thank you.
예. 자, 마지막으로 팬분들께 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
He says, was I playing a game?
はい、負けてしまったんですけども、すごいスタジアムモードすごい楽しかったので、ぜひ皆さんも
I finally went to the fans.
Funny, man.
ありがとうございました。
리온 선수에게도 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Thank you so much as the word to the fans
피는
there.
마지막에 합시다 우리. 피는 마지막에 하고 야마톤. 오케이. 야마톤 선수에게도 소감 좀 한번 물어주시면 감사하겠습니다.
Okay, moving on to YamatoN now, asking for YamatoN's thoughts.
僕基本メインサポートなことが多かったんですけど、なんかいつも自分が救われない側だったんですけど、救われない人が目の前にいた時に結構救えなかったことの方がきついんだなって思いましたね。ありがとうございました。
서포터 역할로서 가끔은 아무래도 도움받지 못하는 경우도 있었는데 오늘 눈앞에서 서포터에게 도움받지 못하는 장면을 목격하고 나니 그쪽이 더 마음이 아팠다고 하십니다.
아, 그렇군요. 좀 여러 가지 생각을 많이 좀 하셨던 것 같아요. 자, 야마톤 선수도 현장에 계신 분들 그리고 이제 팬분들이 많이 보고 계실 것 같아요. 팬분들께도 마지막으로 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
ファンの皆さんに一言お願いします。
The answer to his thoughts is, as the main supporter, there were times that I didn't receive any help, and it broke my heart to think about the other team members. No help. No help at all.
통역사님 고생 많으셨습니다.
And finally, a word to the fans is requested. And YamatoN says that even though I lost in the end, thank you for watching over me.
오늘 경기 좀 어땠나요?
初めてスタジアム
And now for Finn.
初めて結構面白くて新しいちょっとプレイ方もできて本当に面白かったです. 처음 스타디움을 했는데 좀 새로운 방법으로도 게임을 하고 이제 또 엄청 재밌으니까 다들 체험 많이 해보세요. 이 키리코 빌드로.
그렇군요.
It was my first time experiencing Stadium. It was fun because it was a new game, so I hope everyone tries it.
선수로서 여러 가지 보여줬었던 핀 선수인데 오늘은 진짜 스트리머로서 지금 참가를
Prepare to have your stadium games filled with clone Kirikos.
가 또 있다고 하면은 그때도 참가하실 의향이 있으신가요?
もちろん呼んでくれればいつでも OK です.
You've shown so many sides of yourself as a pro gamer. Will you participate in the next competition?
선수만큼은 무조건 꼭 잡고 싶었는데 그게 좀 아쉬웠다라는 장면이 있었을까요 혹시?
저희 팀에서요?
말고 상대 팀에서.
일단 울프 선수.
Finn responds, of course. If you call me, I will definitely come. Like Reinhardt receiving the Overwatch recall, Finn will appear.
1試合しかできなくてちょっと惜しかったです. 제가 초등학생 때부터 울프 선수 진짜 완전 팬이거든요.
Am I reading that translation correctly? Is this just a statement? I wanted to kill this player today?
너무 아쉬움이 남습니다.
울프 선수가 지금 돌아서.
In terms of facing Wolf, he says, I've always wanted to face Wolf since I was in elementary school.
좋습니다.
The recursive wolf down there?
今回日本代表できたので、ちょっと優勝できなくてちょっと惜しかったけど、結構俺的には楽しめて。
Finally, a word to the fans is requested of Finn. Of course, there are many of them here at the studio.
핀 선수에게 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 자, 이렇게 2위를 차지한 팀 재팬의 인터뷰도 모두 마무리 짓도록 하겠고 마지막으로 팀 재팬에게 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Finn responds, thank you so much for watching. That's the end of our second place interview here, which means that now only our champion team remains.
자, 이렇게 2위 시상까지 모두 끝마쳤고요. 이제 우승팀을 무대 위로 모셔보도록 하겠습니다. 오버워치2 스타디움 동아시아 스트리머 대전, 이제 우승팀을 모시겠습니다. 우승팀 차이나입니다.
And the winning team taking the stage now, Team China, who, after struggling in the early games, came back strong to take it all and now check for $20,000 as their prize.
자, 우승을 차지한 중국 팀에게는 $20,000의 상금이
Great comeback from Team China.
카메라 보면서 포토 타임 카메라.
Getting their official photo taken here. As for victors of the event.
네, 감사합니다. 자, 간단하게 또 인터뷰를 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 제임리, 소감을 먼저 좀 물어보도록 하겠습니다.
有什么感想吗？
首先非常感谢守望先锋能邀请
So,
我们来参加这个比赛。
tell us how you feel about winning for Jamlee.
36了，没想到还能打一场线下的国际性的比赛。我的女儿今年也8岁了，她没想过我今天可能会夺冠，但是我想跟她说，爸爸做到了。
네, 우선 이렇게 대회에 초대해 주셔서 너무 감사하고요. 제가 올해 36이거든요. 이렇게 무대에 오를 수 있어서 너무 영광스럽고, 그리고 저희 딸한테도 너무 고맙다, 사랑한다고 말하고 싶습니다.
그렇군요.
Thank you for inviting me to the competition. I'm 36. It's great to be on stage and playing games. Thanks to all my teammates too. He also mentioned a word as well that it meant a lot to hhim to be able to play this, as he has also a daughter that's 8 years old, and to be able to say that his father, that he is the father one for his daughter.
Aww. Next question is asking how Jamlee feels about Soldier 76.
솔저 스타디움 팀.
我觉得士兵76在目前这个模式里面还是非常厉害的。你可以使用很生存的一个模式去打它，或者是一种偏团队型的打输出伤害的都可以。它非常的万金油，很厉害。
It says the soldier is really strong in stadium, very flexible here, that you can play in a multitude of different ways for damage or for more team play as well.
We saw Jamlee, I believe, mostly pivoting into that team play aspect. Kind of taking up the slack that you tend to have when you have a more aggressive Zarya who isn't saving as many bubbles for their teammates. And now asking Jamlee for a word to the fans.
我想对 CNOW 说，加油，我们行，你们也一定行。
제임리 선수에게 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Says he wanted to dedicate this one to the Chinese Overwatch scene, and ended with a famous quote actually about leave, which is, if I can do it, you can too, which is one of the running catchphrases about leave, but is now more so describing the entire Chinese community.
Great to evoke the Chinese goat.
자, 이렇게 제임리 선수 지금 이야기를 나눠봤고, 다음 나인듀오 선수와 또 이야기를 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 나인듀오.
Okay, time to have a talk to 9duo, our Grand Finals MVP and resident Reaper merchant.
我现在感觉
Asking for 9duo's thoughts.
因为我现在觉得就是有点不真实，因为其实我们在赛前预测自己是第2名，所以我觉得我们能夺冠真的是有点不可思议。
She was actually quite surprised because they thought they were going to end up as second place. So, yeah, he is very grateful for being able to finish in first.
정말 불가사의인 것 같습니다.
오늘 나인듀오 선수가 리퍼 플레이가 상당히 좀 인상적이었었거든요. 팀적으로 어떤 이야기를 했는지 좀 그게 궁금합니다.
你今天做的
团队的秘诀就是跟大家沟通好，就沟通非常的重要。因为如果光靠我一个人的话，我是杀不死后排的。其实因为来到决斗领域这个模式，
I imagine this is probably a question about Reaper.
单点能力，会比普通模式差很多，所以我跟我的队友沟通做得很好。
He said the most important thing is teamwork and communication. On Reaper, I can't just take down the entire enemy team. I can't kill the backline on my own. We need to be able to efficiently work as a team, and so our communication won for us today.
키셔야 됩니다. 예, 여러 가지 브리핑을
I will, however, solo Death Blossom and Junkrat. I can do that.
이렇게 지금 나인디오 선수가 얘기를 했고 마지막으로 저 팬분들께 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
我想对粉丝说
And a word to the fans from 9duo.
是跟老李差不多吧，就相信 CNOW， 因为对所有的职业选手说，解说能做到，你们也能做到。
He says, word to the fans is, you know, believe in Chinese Overwatch, have faith in Chinese Overwatch. If a broadcast member, a caster like me can do it, then if you're a professional player, you can do it and win too.
마다 우승 소감 부탁드립니다.
Here's MADA. World's most dangerous stadium, Zarya.
其实就从来没想过会得到第一嘛，然后
Asking how MADA feels about winning.
尽力就好，然后真的没想到得到第一。
He says, truly I didn't think we were going to win first place today. I never thought I would win in first, so that feels great.
아니 오늘 자리아로 진짜 공격적인 모습들 너무 잘 보여줬었거든요. 또 어떤 식으로 플레이했는지 본인만의 그런 빌드나 이런 거 좀 한번 설명해 주시면 좋을 것 같다. 이렇게 한번 전달해 주시겠어요?
Now asking your thoughts on Zarya from MADA. I imagine likes being able to carry.
공격적인 자리아 많이 보여줬었거든요. 과연 마다 입에서는 어떤 이야기를 하게 될지.
秘诀就是叫队友不要抢我的盾。秘诀就是叫队友不要抢我的盾。
We've said don't steal my kills. He said I told my team to not steal my kills.
I'm the carry. Step aside, noobs. The MADA Zarya has arrived.
됐나요?
네. 저의 비결은 그냥 모든 기술이 제 스스로 하는 것이 저의 비결입니다.
자신감을 가져라. 이런 이야기를 했습니다. 마지막으로 마다 선수 팬분들께 카메라 보면서 말씀 한번 해주시면 좋을 것 같아요.
差不多吧，就是反正老逼都
And a word to the
老逼都尽力
fans.
了，大家加油，好吧？
네 비슷한 말인 것 같아요. 저희도 열심히 했으니까 여러분들도 똑같이 할 수 있습니다.
마다 선수에게도 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
The same thing. You can do the same thing. Lot of
크리드 선수와 좀 이야기를 나눠보도록
scene-directed gratuity
우승 소감 좀 부탁드리겠습니다.
from the Chinese players here. Of course, their scene has been recently reinvigorated.
解开自己一直以来一个遗憾吧。
Chinese Overwatch is back, baby. Now it's Creed's turn to tell us their thoughts.
한을 푼 것 같다. 우승을 통해서. 아니 루시우로 상당히 조금
This is a long-held wish has come true.
상대방 품에 좀 파고들면서 좀 진영 자체를 붕괴시키는 플레이들을 굉장히 많이 펼쳐줬었어요. 루시우 어떻게 하면 잘할 수 있습니까?
怎么样能玩？
And Chris of Lucio was very impressive.
在决斗领域这个模式吗？
对，玩得更好呢。
我跟其他两位卢校的理解差距就是，我觉得右键回血
Asking how he can play like that.
反而没有推进的。
Definitely the most aggressive Lucio we saw.
就是该有的时候，因为他需要用那个右键去回血。但是如果说你一直用右键回血的很紧急的时候，你就没有右键，所以说我那个打法是跟他们是有所不同的。
He says a lot of it came down to the difference between him and the other two Lucios was up to how he was using his right click the boop.
경기를 플레이했습니다.
다른 주들이 이제 보편적으로 쓰는 것보다도 다른 빌드 좀 썼다. 본인만의 빌드를 썼다. 뭐 이렇게 좀 이야기를 해준 것 같습니다. 크리스 선수 그러다 보니까 워낙 좋은 플레이를 보여줬고요. 마지막으로 팬분들께 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
对粉丝说些什么？
其实我想说，
And finally, a word to the fans from Creed.
我一直以来偶像或者说是前进的目标吧。然后这次也确实是解开了自己的一个心结。然后后背我也会更加乐观的走下去。跟粉丝说的是感谢大家的最近一直陪我一直练这个决斗领域模式，感谢大家。
우선 토비 선수가 재용 선수님은 저의 롤모델이고 오늘도 볼 수 있어서 너무 좋았고요. 그리고 팬분들에게는 저와 함께 같이 경기를 하면서 저의 해설을 들으시고 너무 감사드리고 앞으로도 열심히 하겠습니다.
크리드 선수에게도 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
This is Toby was my idol. It was great to see him. I really enjoyed being with the fans. I hope they do work hard.
무지 우승 소감 부탁드리겠습니다.
说一下你的感想吧。
我也是觉得我们上来能拿到这个冠军，其实是非常的不容易啊。其实我的想法跟前面9朵是一样的啊。我们解说可以做到，你们也可以做到。CNOW 加油啊！感谢各位的支持。
Muzi, tell us how you feel about winning. And he says, you know, yeah, again, I didn't think that we were going to win today, so really proud of the team. And similar to what 9duo said, if we as casters can win, then you can definitely win as well.
해설도 했으니까 여러분들도 할 수 있다. 근데 생각보다 해설이라고 하기에는 너무 뛰어난 실력을 가지고 있는 상태라서 다음
Gotta bring us in for one overall.
상황이 되겠는데 무지 선수가 오늘 그러니까 핀 선수의
If we win,
키리코 플레이가
maybe.
굉장히 좀 예리한 모습을 보여주긴 했지만 사실 무지 선수의 키리코도 굉장히 안정적인 모습을 보여줬었거든요. 키리코 어떤지 좀
I don't
한번
really force Anna, I'll be honest with you.
你作为今天的物质，非常做了一个非常好的比赛。你有什么觉得对于物质来说，你
How do you think your Kuriko went compared to the
为
others?
什么会赢呢？
今天不管是韩国的物资选手，还是日本的物资，不管是ryujehong还是 Fin， 我觉得我肯定都是打不过的。然后我就不会单独去跟他1对1，所以我们队伍的策略就是说，把资源给到队伍的其他核心单位，比如说我们的死神，就是会不跟他们打1对1，然后我会去保住队友去赢比赛。
And his answer was, I don't think I'm actually as good as either Finn or ryujehong, so my plan was to mostly support my team, not to take 1v1 fights, not to take fights I don't think I can win, but to help enable my teammates like the Reaper, like 9duo's Reaper, to be able to win for the team.
다양한 전략을 했습니다.
아 그렇군요. 자 마지막으로
Smart gaming.
카메라 보면서 팬분들께
And then probably a word to the fans.
有什么对粉丝要说的吗？
首先感谢在屏幕前的观众朋友们，然后感谢现场的观众朋友们，然后最后感谢我们的队友，也是有你们的支持，我们才能拿这个冠军。希望以后 CNOW 越来越好，谢谢大家。
He says, thank you for the people watching at home, the people watching in the audience, and my teammates for being able to pull together a win today. And hope we'll be able to win again and for Chinese Overwatch to be able to win.
무지 선수에게도 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 자 이렇게 해서 한중일 3개국에서 모인 스트리머 대전이 모두 마무리가 됐습니다. 참 즐거운 시간이었는데 어쨌든 각 국가별로 좀 다른 색깔을 보여주는 모습이 있어서 참 색다르웠다라는 느낌도 듭니다. 어쨌든 이번 17시즌이 패치가 되면서 스타디움도 좀 새롭게 개편이 되고
The final thoughts on Stadium. We get to cast our first Stadium. The third time Stadium's ever been broadcasted officially.
Yeah, it was great fun. I can't wait for this Kuriko build to be nerfed, but really excited to get more and more characters involved. I think Trace is going to be a very fun addition as well. Really going to up the chaos level. For those of you in chat, fiending for the drops right now, there will be a rebroadcast on the official channel, so make sure that you're following wherever you are watching right now. So if you haven't got yourself your OWCS home Kuriko skin, you can come back and finish it off later.
Thanks for watching, guys. This has been the Overwatch 2 Stadium Asia Streamer Showdown. Congratulations once again to Team China and for Team Japan and Team Korea for showing up to play as well. Fantastic tournament, Avril. This has been Leg Day. We'll see you all next time. Thanks very much.